As we cross the bump here in Hatfield. Fans line the highway, the fans line the highway. This is a beautiful event. It's everybody was waiting for. The 97 running up the whole Saturday cross country race. We're heading to San Ignacio and back from 140 miles of grueling pain out here on the tarmac. The Godfather highway is lighting up as the field approaches. As the field approaches, we have to stay a certain distance from them so we can see them in the distance coming. I can see Justin Chavaria Jr. I can see Jose Canasto. There is rider in start. There are the fans on the side here, the fans on the side. The race, the flying up folks is going from almost some 28 miles. Like Canasto on the front again. Here is Canasto on the front trying to get to the front. Canasto pushing a monster here, and he's followed closely by, look like Kevin Chaplin. Let me see who's been followed closely by. That look like Kevin Chaplin. He's followed. There is Justin Chavaria Jr. I can see Devin Asweta, Asan Hennessy, young Kevin General of Seatown, young Burn. They are paying keen attention. They are right on the wheel of Canasto, and on the other side, I can see Ellie. The Guatemalans are throwing some bombs at our boys, but our boys are responding right on the wheel of Ellie. It's young Darren Gonzalez of the show, and I can see immediately behind him is Devin Asweta. And you see Marlon Castillo, Carlton Robinson. They are giving them no room. They can't even get a tread length away from them. And it's a whole fact. The race is still together. I think some riders are front.
Anytime gap get. Yeah, like how much miles an hour is 30 kilometers. How much? Oh, that miles per hour. Okay, excellent. Good. Alright, make a report, leave it on the front here, guys. Good morning, folks. We're here on the Western Highway, traveling to Cayo. These guys are moving approximately 30 miles an hour, heading to mile 18. They're working together. Their pedal strokes look excellent. We have rider number 25, Eric Trapp, and rider number 15, Sean Codd. Blazing up these roads right now. They're looking good. They're looking comfortable. We wish them the best. Folks, this is the 92nd running of the annual Cross Country Classic, approximately 142 miles long, and we are approaching mile 18. The speed has dropped a little to about 28 miles an hour. The guys are talking. They're working together, hopefully asking how they feel. But they're looking good right now. We're passing mile 18. The speed is about 29 miles an hour. Sean Codd looks comfortable. Eric Trapp looks comfortable. They're looking like they're pedaling 53-16. Their pedal strokes look beautiful. Let's see how long our guys can hold on and hold off the main pedal.
That is Eric Trapp taking the pace right now. Eric Trapp, two really strong riders, Anwar, and we can see we're on the stretch now by mile 18. Eric Trapp takes a look back to see the damage that they've been doing while Sean Codd continues hammering away at the front, and the peloton is way in the distance. They can hardly be seen. The gap very likely now is over a minute, Anwar.
I think the gap is close to a minute. They are definitely putting time on these guys. And as you said, Alan, the peloton is quite far off in the distance, but we have quite a bit of racing to go. And so while these young guys are strong, I don't know if they're strong enough to really hold this lead for any substantial amount of time in this race.
Sean Codd certainly has the acumen. He has the resume to pull off a move like this. The only question for me is, did G-Flow really want to put out this caliber of rider this early in the cross country? They must have a whole lot of confidence in their man in the back, Giovanni Lovell, because otherwise, normally in all the races prior, from November all the way through, they have really rallied their team between Sean Codd and Giovanni Lovell. So to put out Sean so early, it could be that they're thinking he may have a chance to run the distance. That would be an incredible feat, the likes of which we did see in 2012 with Giovanni Choto when he attacked with two other riders at mile 6 and survived all the way. Will this be a repeat? I don't know, because of the caliber of cyclists chasing from behind. I would venture to say, Anwar, that it won't be a repeat of 2012. But that is the type of racer that Sean Codd is. And Eric Trapp is no slouch either.
I would have to agree with Alan. I think that would be difficult to repeat. And in 2012, when Giovanni did that, the conditions were slightly different in that the foreign field was very, very small. I think we had one or two foreigners that year, and it was all our local boys.
There was one really solid foreign rider, a past champion, now deceased, Carlos Lopez from Mexico. He was the main man chasing Giovanni. He brought Giovanni's gap from 5 minutes down to 2, and then he could not get any closer than 2 minutes, and no one else could either. But right now, it is a story about G-Flow. They really control things, and Westrock has been the other aggressive team. So we have not seen anything from really what Belize considers to be the number one team, the dominant team, the one that went to Guatemala to train for a month during the month of March. That's the 501 Valvoline team. We have hardly heard a peep from them, and instead it's been the G-Flow and Westrock team who have taken it to the peloton.
I think 501 Valvoline have been keeping their powder dry and are riding probably a smarter race. The gap now officially on Race Radio is 1 minute and 33 seconds. So it has ballooned from 30 seconds or 33 seconds at last check, and now we're all the way up to 1 minute and 33 seconds, Alan.
And it'll continue to grow because these guys aren't slowing down one bit. And I think in the early going, the race was so fast with the attacks from G-Flow especially, but also by the Westrock team, that the guys wanted a little bit of a breather. So when these two got off, I think the pack sees it as a good opportunity for them to ride relaxed. They feel, actually, the peloton probably feels comfortable to know that it's only two riders out front, and none of those two are foreign riders who they need to fear, although they should probably fear Sean Codd somewhat. Eric Trapp, along with Sean Codd. Eric Trapp right now taking over the lead. Sean Codd is really the one driving it, but Eric Codd has been his match.
Eric has been his match as they're riding side by side. We are approaching mile 20 on the George Price Highway. These guys are cool. These guys are cool and relaxed. They are side by side taking a break off that blistering pace. The gap between them and the main peloton is 1 minute and 33 seconds here on the George Price Highway. We can see people on the side of the road. Beautiful morning for cycling. The wind is pretty still, which is an ideal condition for racing this morning, Alan.
It's an ideal condition, especially heading west. So coming back, I do expect the breeze to pick up on the way back, and which is why I'm not sure about challenging Ryan Bauman's record. Normally, a headwind heading home is a difficult challenge to set a record in any bike race. But right now, it is really a very calm morning, and that is partly why Eric Trapp and Sean Codd are out there having the success that they are having. We are waiting for the arrival of the peloton. Actually, right now, we have left Eric and Sean to go and waiting to see who the chasers are in the peloton, trying to get a glimpse of exactly what's going on. I suspect it will be the Guatemalan team. I suspect that Julio will have one of his lieutenants there on the front trying to keep everything in check. He won't be worried about a 2 or 3 minute gap because he knows that it's a long race. And it is the Guatemala. I think it is the Guatemalan there on the blue jersey there is one of the lieutenants of Julio Padilla. You can see right there in the middle, right at the front, big imposing figure with the white shirt, blue band across. That is Hassani Hennis. And right now, John DeLong trying to get away. Byron Pope on his wheel. And why is Byron Pope making the move this early? It is a dangerous John DeLong who is trying to see if he can separate himself. Hassani Hennis going along with Byron Pope and Marlon Castillo in the blue and red trying to bridge across as well.
Marlon Castillo has made it onto the trio of John DeLong, Hassani Hennis, and Byron Pope as they ease off the gas. We are now turning the curve here at Rockville. They are extending themselves from the peloton. They are just about maybe 20 feet off the front, so it doesn't look like they are going anywhere unless they organize and work together, Alan, but they don't seem to be doing that. They seem to be talking and easing off the pace. The peloton has now eased off themselves. Marlon Diesel Castillo, we can see him on the front with Hassani Hennis, the Anguillan national champion, behind him, and John DeLong, the American, who is no stranger to this race or cycling in Belize. He's probably an honorary Belizean by now.
And he has won a classic here. He won a New Year's classic. I can't remember what year, but I think he eased up a bit because when he looked back and he saw Byron, and Byron refused to assist in any pacing, and so there was a little bit of a lull. But Marlon has come up, Marlon has caught them, and Marlon has offered some help to the American, as well as Hassani is offering some help. Among those four, the one who is not chasing at all, and he has no reason to, because Eric Trapp out front is his own teammate. Byron Pope is offering no help. He will offer no help at all. If these guys can get across, they'll do it with Byron Pope on their wheel, and Byron Pope will not assist in the chase.
I really like this group, Alan. I think that there is a possibility for this break to make it across to Sean Codd and Eric Trapp, who are in the lead, probably over a minute and 30 seconds now. That lead probably increasing, and these guys now are probably 20 seconds off the peloton.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of help by one of the official motorcycles, which seems a bit close. It is a bit too close for my liking. But anyway, that's a part of racing. That's a part of the road. And they are opening the gap. It doesn't seem to be that fast, Anwar, but they are opening the gap to the peloton. Marlon pulls off. Hassani Hennis takes over the lead. And next up in line is going to be John DeLong. Byron Pope still sitting in the back, letting everyone in front of him. Byron, again, will not help. And the main reason is he has a teammate out front, Eric Trapp, who is about a minute ahead of them, running away with Sean Codd. Eric Trapp is a teammate of Byron. Byron will not help to chase down his own teammate.
Byron is just going to come around on the rotation. He will not stay on the front. But John DeLong, I think, is the anchor in this situation. Very, very strong rider, known for his pacing, known to be willing to put in his pound of flesh and give it his all. It's John DeLong off the front, Marlon Diesel Castillo now on the front, another excellent pacer, another very, very strong rider.
And the peloton you can see now is at about 30 seconds and growing. So the same situation we saw with Sean Codd and Eric Trapp earlier. They were out front, they pushed the pace, and the peloton in the back kind of settled down and watched them ride away. They're doing the same now with these four riders. And if these four can team up with Sean Codd in the front and Eric Trapp in the front, that could be a very dangerous situation.
That could be a great situation, especially for other riders who are going to show up in the end and be around the table that might bridge across in the likes of Julio Padilla and I would say Joshua Kelly. It's interesting that we have not seen much from the Guatemalans. The Guatemalans seem to be biding their time. They are still in the peloton.
That's very close to 35 seconds or so. Definitely, as we approach the climb at mile 24, we should be there shortly. The gap have balloon, and just John DeLong on the front. These guys are working together.
Show the two screen, Roger. Show the two screen, Roger.
Yes, cycling fans, yes, the screen is split. So you have two riders up front, and these guys here are coming with a ball of fury. John DeLong on the pace, Marlon Castillo, Hassan Hennessy and Byron Pope, four experienced rider, probably closing the gap down to these guys. This race is on fire, folks, as we approach the mile 24. We are passing, yes, we are reaching the mile 24 mile post here on the George Price Highway. This is a little climb, and you can bite your legs if you are not where the fans on the side, blowing their horn for all the Belize riders for this race. People look forward to the grand event. This is the 92nd running of the whole Saturday as we pass. Look at the fans on the side.
The Guatemalan up front to do all the work. And when he isn't working, no one is doing anything. And that could be trouble for the 501 team. But they're putting the burden of chase on the Guatemalan, Julio Padilla's teammates, Jose Canastos and Eli Sissi-Smith. We see a little bit of action now. That's a white jersey. I believe it's a Seatown rider. It looked like Brandon Morgan, who made a bit of an attack there at mile 24, right at the entrance there to the new garbage disposal area. That pack seems to be still a huge peloton. So despite all the carnage, the main players are certainly still all there, Anwar, but they are chasing 6 men. 2 riders all the way in front with over a minute and a half lead. That is Sean Codd from the G-Float team and Eric Trapp from West Track. And there are 4 riders roughly about now, I would say about 40 seconds behind them, closing in. Anwar, these 4 riders, John DeLong, Marlon Castillo, Hassani Hennessy, the Anguillan, and Byron Pope from West Track. They are closing in on Sean Codd and Eric Trapp. And I think perhaps in another few miles, it'll be a 6-man breakaway. And it'll be a 6-man breakaway with some very powerful pacers.
it's going to be a beautiful six-man breakaway in the likes of Sean Codd, Eric Trapp, Marlon Castillo, Hassan Hennis, John DeLong, and Byron Pope. That would be a very formidable group, and I think it's going to put pressure on the Guatemalans in the back as well as 501, who would not be represented in that group, Alan.
That's right. 501 seems to be the odd man out. There are some other teams missing from these breakaways. Certainly M&M is not here. Seatown is not here. But I think the burden is going to be definitely on the shoulders of Guatemala and 501 Valvoline. 501 Valvoline, I don't know if they would take it on, if they would take on the chase in the interest of patriotic duty. Would they chase these six riders knowing that the Belizeans here are probably good enough to deal with the only two foreigners out front, John DeLong and Hassan Hennis. Those are two strong foreigners, but certainly the Belizeans who are present are capable of dealing with these two. So would 501 chase, knowing that, or would they do the patriotic thing? I think that they'll have to play their cards sometime. The race is still early to Anwar. That could be what's going on with them. They can still be thinking that, you know what, we're at mile 25. There's 115 miles left in this race. The distance left in the race, let's put it this way, the distance left in the race is still more than any other race they've ridden so far this year.
Agreed, Alan. But it does put pressure on 501. I don't think they are taking a patriotic approach. I think they are taking the approach of trying to win, and so they are definitely under pressure. G-Flow is represented up in the front by Sean Codd. West Truck Alliance is represented by Eric Trapp, and probably soon to be joined by Byron Pope. And Byron and Eric together, I think, are a good combo for West Truck. Sean will be all alone, and so we will probably see later in the race, depending on how this forms, G-Flow probably sending another man up front, and then we would have Marlon Castillo, who we called earlier this morning as a wild card. He is riding for Fall Cycling Team. What do you think about his supporting cast and their ability to send somebody forward to help him?
Well, I don't think that they would. They have one strong rider in the back in Sherwin Roca. They call him V12 because his engine doesn't even seem to be a 6 or 8 cylinder. So the V12 is back there, but I think they will have confidence in Marlon. They also have Ernest Bradley Pine, the son of Ernest Jermaine Main, and I think that. But I think they would consider Marlon safe up here. Sean Codd with the G-Flow team. You know, if the peloton catches up, then Giovanni Lovell takes over for G-Flow. But if not, Sean Codd really is the best man up front. Sean Codd would win this race if these 6 riders were to survive all the way. I would put, you know, I'm not a betting man, but if I were, I would lay it all on Sean if he were to come down the stretch with these 6 riders up front. So Sean Codd really is no slouch. One of the top 3 Belizeans, I would say, along with Giovanni Lovell and of course 501 Valvoline's Oscar Quiroz.
The gap is fast ballooning. We are behind the middle group, which is made up of Marlon Castillo, Hassani Hennis, John DeLong, and Byron Pope. They are moving along here. I would say this gap is now approaching 2 minutes to them, and so Sean Codd and Eric Trapp are even further out. Sean, we can see them in the distance. They are probably about maybe 40 seconds off this middle group. That is Sean Codd and Eric Trapp, 40 seconds in front of Marlon Castillo, Hassani Hennis, John DeLong, and Byron Pope, who they themselves are about 2 minutes of the peloton, Alan. In fact, we can't even see the peloton in the distance.
The official time gap is saying 45 seconds to these four chasing, but that 45 seconds is shrinking every single pedal stroke. John DeLong was having a chat there with Marlon Castillo. Don't know what they're talking about. It would be interesting to hear what it is they're saying, but something to the likes of, we got them, we got this. John DeLong and Marlon Castillo, Hassane Hennis now on the pace. Hassane, hailing from Anguilla, he races in the United States. He races on the Miami Blazers team, a team, by the way, that's owned by Belizeans, owned by Justin and Corey Williams. So they have their Legion team out of Los Angeles. Legion is a team that is registered with the UCI as a Continental Pro team, but they have a non-registered pro team, a US Pro, but not a UCI Pro out of Miami, that they have recruited Caribbean riders, including the likes of Hassane Hennis and back in the peloton, Joshua Kelly.
Yeah, they have Miami Blazers is a UCI domestic team, while Legion is a continental team. So the Williams brothers, son of Kaleman Williams, doing a lot in cycling in the U.S. and in the region. Big props to them, big respect to them. They are not here today because Justin had a crash maybe about a month ago, broke his collarbone, and so he's off the bike. And Corey, as we understand it, did not want to come without Justin, and also is expecting a child this month. So congratulations to Corey Williams and his girlfriend and their family.
Yeah, and the gap to Sean Codd and Eric Trapp continuing to close. And you know, we're mentioning Marlon Castillo here in this breakaway, and I just want to say that for all the years that Marlon was Belize's top rider, and those were many years, and Marlon was not just the top rider, but he was head and shoulders above the rest. He was always a heavy favorite going into cross country. The public, the fans, the media, you know, people like me would put a heavy burden on him, I think, to defend the Garland. And today he comes out with no eyes watching him, without the burden of being a favorite. And that might be all he ever needed in order to ride a more successful cross country, because he's won everything else. He holds the record in all the other classics in Belize.
It's an extremely interesting story with Marlon, and I think you summarized it well. I'm looking at him. He looks comfortable. He looks in good shape. He's a little bit on the heavier side for me. Alan, you might disagree because a lot of people feel like that's his power. I would want to see him about 7 or 8 pounds lighter.
I would want to see him 30 pounds lighter.
I wouldn't go that far, but maybe 7 or 8 pounds lighter to make it through the mountains or the hills. But he's looking good right now in the blue jersey with the red stripe down the back. He is second on the pace. In front is Hassane, the Anguillan national champion, and they are moving up here. John DeLong third and Byron Pope in the back. Byron is not doing any work because his teammate Eric Trapp is up there with Sean Codd.
Marlon Castillo is on the pace. He's in the blue jersey with some red stripes. That's for the FAL team. FAL, the Furnished Apartments Limited. That's a team owned and operated by, they call him Papa Card, Alvin Card, a Belizean American. Marlon, now in third in line, just ahead of him. Hassane Hennis is in a white jersey with a blue band across the chest. I don't know if that is flag colors for Anguilla, but Hassane is the one with the white jersey and a blue band. And in front of him, the American in lime green and black is John DeLong. He's been coming to Belize for at least the last 15 years or so, and he's been a solid rider. Actually, John DeLong has gotten better with age, like good wine. The man in the tail is Byron Pope. Again, no stranger to this race. Many times a favorite coming in, and Byron Pope finally seems to be putting it all together. But still, at mile 30, Anwar, 110 miles to go in this race.
What a redemption for both Byron and Marlon. If you look at the similarities, there are veteran riders out here. They have come close. Byron himself has been in the top 3 in every major other classic, but has not been able to show up big in this race so far. Maybe today is the day. Alan, the way I see it playing out here as we pass La Democracia and the cutoff to the coastal highway is really once we get a little bit further up towards Domopan and start to get into the hills, I think what you're going to see is the peloton be destroyed because the Guatemalans, as well as 501 Valvoline and the Caribbean national champ in Joshua Kelly are going to try and come across and bridge this gap now, which is definitely over 2 minutes. So we will see some fireworks there as we get into the hills. The hills are going to be the differentiator, folks, because that is when the men are going to be separated from the boys. The incredible amount of energy that it takes to make it through the hills is when you're going to see the separation.
Yeah, I agree. And those guys, they know the race. You know, Julio has ridden the race several times. I don't think he's panicked. I don't think any of the big racers back there, Oscar Quiros, for example, Giovanni has a teammate here, but even if he has designs on winning, I do not think that Giovanni Lovell is panicked at this move. They know that it is really a very long race. You mentioned earlier the tradition of the cross country having started in 1928. We believe it's the oldest cycling event in the Western Hemisphere. But one thing I can tell you in addition to that is it is one of the very longest amateur races, not only in this hemisphere, but in the world. Amateurs, you know, the non-pros do not tend to race 140 miles. It is a really long race by amateur standards and probably one of the longest in the world. So it requires, it's a whole nother beast than even a Belmopan Classic, even Mount Hope Classic that we had 2 weeks ago. It is a whole other beast riding a 140-mile race.
It is a completely different beast, folks. The connecting flight has landed, and now we are all together. The group of 4 that were chasing Sean Codd, and that would be Eric Trapp, have now connected. So now we have 6 riders together: Sean Codd, Eric Trapp, Marlon Castillo, Hassani Hennis. We have John DeLong, Byron Pope.
And it'll be interesting to see if now that they've teamed up, if Byron will now get in the rotation. Byron is the team leader for West Rock. So I don't know if he wants to expose himself, if he wants to put out work, or if he'll just tell Eric to continue doing the work for the team. And if he will stay in the back, it might be a wise decision for Byron to at least roll around with these guys, even if he doesn't help to push the pace, to drive it, but at least to roll around to help it.
This group of 6 rolling up the chairs here on the George Price Highway. I noticed when they actually connected, I think Eric looked a little shaken, like he had spent quite a bit of energy making the run that they have made and putting the gap where it is. We will see how he will fare. And I think in the race, Alan, cyclists go through different times. Everybody suffers. It doesn't matter how good you are. The question is, can you hold on? Can you find your way through that suffering? Can you go deep into the pain and suffer until you feel better?
And I think Eric would have been rejuvenated to see that his team captain made it across, that they are alert, that Byron is alert. They had a team meeting, they made a plan for today, and to see that their team captain is following through. Eric did his job, and to know that Byron is doing his part that would have rejuvenated him. And we can see, by the way, that Byron Pope is now getting in the rotation, and he will assist with the pacing right now, second in line behind the wheel of the Anguillan Hassani. Hennis pulls off, and Byron now, for the first time, takes the pace.
Byron does take the pace. He looks good. He is in the green Weststrap jersey, but he pulls right off. No. He's still on the pace. They're having a conversation. John DeLong, they're now on the front. Byron pulls off, and they look like they're trying to get themselves together in terms of this pace line. It's all about here, the man on the front, and then following that man to try and block the breeze and use as little energy as possible. Amazing how John has been coming here for this long, and he's always showing up in these races, Alan.
Just solid rider. I mean, he
all around.
Races often in the United States, high caliber racing, and these guys are just solid. But folks, we're gonna take a little break right now and bring some more action back to you. In the meantime, the story on the road. There is a 6-man breakaway at mile 33 heading west. The 6 men in the break are John DeLong, Marlon Castillo, Sean Codd from G Flow, Eric Trapp and Byron Pope from West Track, and an Anguillan Hassani Hennis. These are the 6. The gap is probably about 2 minutes or...
Yes, our boys are looking good. Our boys are looking good. Yes,
You're going over there, no. You know, you don't even know about that.
Look at the comfort of this place. They are looking good as we climb up this little small climb here at mile 33. There's a neutral people on the side.
Guatemalans in the front. Guatemalans in the front. The 3 of them. Guatemalans in the front.
Okay, sounds like at least I think that Guatemalans have started to chase 3 Guatemalans.
3 minutes plus. 3 minutes plus time gap.
How much?
3 minutes plus time gap.
My God, oh my God, that's
We get that from.
Yes, the Guatemalans,
we get that front.
are leaving the Guatemalans. They will have to do all the chasing. After all the chasing, 6 guys out front are driving it. We are looking good for us. You can start the party. You can start the party. They are defending the local turf. It's Mr. San Ignacio. I got to support our local boys, and he is driving it like crazy.
All right, we're here. All right, so once again, Steve Benedict Auto Sales Incorporated, located in Bronx, New York, and as well as Sun Valley, California, and now in Belize City and Dangriga. They'll ship from a bus to a Lexus, as even racing bikes and motorbikes, if that's what you like. And we got to say thanks as well to our grand sponsors making our coverage possible here on Love FM. We got to say thanks to Atlantic Bank, DigiWallet, a new way to pay. Download and register today. Sol Belize, Benny's Home Center, 75 years of quality and savings. Mega Bingo, Office of the Prime Minister. Pelican, the beer of Belize. Smart video on...
The Guatemalans will have to bring out some serious artillery if they want to make it back here. And the boys won't allow that. They are putting in the fuel. Look at Mr. Hennessy again, stopping down as well. These guys are staying hydrated. These guys are staying there, make sure that they eat, that they stay well tough in this race. You have to hydrate, you have to eat. Because, like I said,
Hassan Hennis
miles out here on the George Spice Highway. Beautiful event.
Rider 97 is Hassan Hennis.
If you want, yeah. All right, cool. All right, okay, so we drop on the boat, put up on the turn up and take it back on this event, so let's turn around. Be back with you guys. Alicia, I don't know if you want to take over to us back.
Reporting from the main peloton here today. We have the Guatemalans in the front. Doing the lead chase, we have Julio on the front of the ride, followed by Canasto, followed by rider number 100, followed by a rider from Seatown. The guys are here. They have to put in the work in order to catch that lead group, which has about 3 minutes plus in front of them. Our guys just need to sit down and have them work. We need to take this victory home. It's the 92nd running of the annual Cross Country Classic. 4 minutes gap behind the lead group of riders. We have the entire peloton behind here, the entire peloton. These guys are pedaling 29 miles per hour at the moment. And the three Guatemalans are working together in order to try to close this gap. Canasto is now on the front, followed by the young under 23 rider, followed by Julio. The trio has to do their work to catch the leading group. All our guys here at the back, just sitting in, getting themselves ready for any action should happen. There we have Joshua Kelly. That's Giovanni Lovell, Kevin Chaplin, Jafari Castro, Brandon Catuz, Hollister Baptist. Guys are looking good. Oscar Quiroz sitting in. Young Javin Gonzalez. Take this time to thank Digi, one of our corporate sponsors of this event, for giving us the data to give you the live coverage of the 92nd annual Cross Country Classic. These guys are traveling at 25 miles an hour, still allowing the Guatemalans to do the work. Do that work in order to catch up with our guys who are now 4 minutes plus ahead of them. Our guys have worked hard throughout the year in order for them to prepare for these Guatemalans, and I know they can do it. This year, Belize will take it home. We will bring home the garland. We have the protection of our fallen brothers, Mr. Edison Usher and Mr. Kadeem Banks. They are watching over us, and they're going to give us the health and strength to be able to pull this through today. Our guys are looking good. They're looking ready. The pace is going 25, 24, 25 miles an hour, something that our guys can handle. All we need to do is sit in. Let them work. They're working together. We take this opportunity to thank all the sponsors of this event. We have the Digi Wallet. We have eCash powered by Belize Bank. The Ariel Rosado Foundation, the Office of the Prime Minister, Atlantic Bank, Department of Transport, the Police Department, Cake by Carlos, Jex Trophies, B&B Mini Group. Those are some of the sponsors of this event. Thank you so much for always helping us out in cycling events. Look at our guys, they're looking comfortable. Our young rider from West Track, I see he has blood coming from his arms. Not sure if there was a spill. These guys are looking great. We have guys at the back getting their service while they can. and they're looking awesome. We are at mile 34 and a half. Heading to mile 35. Look at our guys. They're looking good. They're looking comfortable. Watani Pacho, Christopher Andrews, Dwight Lopez, Ken Bob. He took opportunity of his camera moment, he said. Young Ernest Bradley. Hilton Butler. All our guys looking comfortable so far. Julio has pulled off. Everybody trying to get their service right now. Julio is in the peloton. We have Panasto in the front. We have Panasto in the front. Julio seems to have come to the back to get service. Maybe he's here to pick up bottles for his riders. Guys sitting in, looking good. Everybody pedaling comfortable. Our guys are feeding, taking this opportunity to replenish. We just about to pass mile 35. Justin Chavarria Jr. Young Korean. Our guys taking this opportunity to feed as it's allowed.
Who is one of the contenders today, although he does have his his Miami Blazers Caribbean teammate Hassani Hennis in the lead group.
Yeah, Joshua Kelly won't be chasing because of Hassani's presence out there. But there's another twist to it, that Hassani and Joshua, although there should be no collusion, we all know, or the cyclists know, that they were brought to Belize by Glenn Flowers, the man who owns the G-Flow team. So those two guys would have, for all intents and purposes, been working for G-Flow. So they have their man out front as well in Sean Codd. The intention was to work for Giovanni Lovell, and that will still be the intent if that breakaway gets caught. But in the meantime, it really boils down to Guatemala and 501 Valvoline. And so far, the 501 Valvoline, headed by Oscar Quiros, have not assisted in chasing. They seem to be content sitting back and waiting for Guatemala. And 501 Valvoline, by the way, let's go through some of their names. Oscar Quiros, a man hopeful of winning across country. Hopefully this year, hopefully in the next 4 hours, he would want to be a cross-country champion. Brandon Catus, who has been already on the podium, second place in 2012. He won this year's New Year's Classic. Derek Chavarria and Jocelyn Chavarria Jr., that's it. Junior Chav and Baby Chav, two very solid riders. And Joshua Fuller. Joshua Fuller represented Belize in Colombia last year, I think, for the Pan American Championships. These guys are really solid riders. So they have 5 men, among others, with the ability to win a race like a cross country. So far, they are not chasing. They are leaving that breakaway to run away from them. and they are hopeful that Guatemala spends all their energy doing the chase. And it's a big gamble for 501, but they are doing a patriotic thing here. They're hoping that it turns out to be in their benefit. It's certainly in the benefit of all the Belizean cyclists.
It definitely is in the benefit of all the Belizean cyclists, as we are now an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 21 minutes, my clock is saying, into this duel, into this battle. We can see the...
Over the pace, turning over that they are looking smooth, folks. Byron Webb looking great out here today. Look at young Eric Top. Some of the names that you are calling are looking good out here today. John Malang, a first reckon with Shankad and Marlon Castillo. Like I said, Westrock looking good today. They have two representatives up here today. And the front, Hassan Hennessy out of Anguilla looking great. He wears number 97 as we approach the bridge. And we shortly will pay a tribute to our fallen brothers, where we had that terrible accident just a week ago. Edison Vincent Usher and young Kadim Banks, who was out here to provide coverage for the female cross country, but they gave their life for this sport we love. And I know they are looking down from up above, cheering us on, cheering on the cross country, and they would have been right out here. Beautiful event, this beautiful event. I know that the Banks family is giving a prize, going and coming for at the spot where the accident did occur. But we are here with the 6 leaders. We're looking good, folks. A beautiful day today. I know family or friends or Belizean are having a good day. They will have a good Easter if this continues, because hopefully we should have a Belizean champion today. Two of the big ones that we think would have been up here. They are the back, but this race is not over. Much?
4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Oh my God, the gap have ballooned to 4 minutes. So much?
4 minutes, 50 seconds.
4 minutes is almost 5 minutes too. It's almost 5 minutes, these guys. That's a serious gap. That's a serious gap. The Guatemalans will have to do serious spacing if they want to return to these top 6 riders out here on the George Price Highway, folks. It's looking good. It's looking good. Yes. I hope the fans are enjoying these 6 riders out front, and the front is Shankad as we approach the station prize coming up, where this, I said, horrific accident happened a while ago, a week ago. 4 minutes, yes, 4 minutes. Slow down, slow down. Look at it. 4 minutes, 50 seconds. 4 minutes, 50 seconds. That's the gap. That's a huge gap, folks. That's a huge gap as they wave Malfatti station prize. I guess Mr. Hennessy won that station prize, folks, as we approach where the incident occurred. Yeah, you want to go quick? Stop there. So we'll go up front quick and pay a tribute to our brothers on the front. Yes, Mr. Hennessy on the front, and we'll go up front, but we stop at the end. I give tribute to our brothers of Holland, and give a quick
Right on from across the
and
they're alive.
I said, they are the club, and they would definitely cheer on our boys, cheer on the fans. Yes, the race is on the 92nd running of the started a cross country event out here at the George Ice Power folks. This event is a monster. Started in 1928. It's been going on. COVID had us down for 2 years, but we are back in full force as we approach the international, and the fans are out here. We are going to page. Let us see, fans are out here. Turn on. We want to stop at the first site where our guys gave their life. As I said, they will be right here covering this race. There's a station prize given by the Banks family as we pull up to the site. Shortly, we should be at. Oh, so we are going up. We are going up.
Okay, we can go back.
Raja, I don't know if you want to split the screen. I don't know if you want to split the screen. We are here at the cross site. Yeah. Yes, folks. Kadimbang's. Edison Usher. These guys gave their life for the sport they love. This is where the incident occurred. So we had to stop. We had to stop at the site to give tribute. These guys are looking up above. Yes, there's a prize supposed to be given here, but we don't see anyone out here. That's the highway. That's rest in peace. Rest in peace, Eddie Usher. Rest in peace, Kadim Banks. So we'll head up back to the front.
What if I get the prize now? Huh? What if I get the prize now? I'm going. Only one man to service that time.
Take it away, Alicia.
Reporting from the back, we're traveling from 21 miles an hour up mile 40. Just getting something to drink and then we move up to the front. What? Okay, done? Just a moment, let us get back to the front. Big Mike Lewis is in here. The Palace is here, sitting in. Oh, Mike. Japano here. Ryan Willoughby. Ken Gabriel. Smoke Gladden. Get the man singing. Heading back up to the front and still see on the pace. Apparently they have missed the brake and now they are driving it. Not sure what's going on here, but 501 is helping the Guatemalan.
We are back up front with you guys. Rajan, if you want to split back the screen. Yes, we are back with the leaders in the 92nd running of the whole Saturday cross-country race. John DeLong on the front, followed by Marlon Castillo, followed by Sean Cad, Mr. Hennessy, Hassan Hennessy, number 97, Byron Pope, and young Eric Chop. They are looking good, folks. We are looking good today as we climb this little climb here at mile 40, what, 43 banks or something like that. There's somewhere, look at the mile post coming in the distance. A prize is being given in the honor of Edison Usher and young Kadim Banks, donated by Erdos Bike Shop. I don't have a listing for the rest of prizes, but I know the prizes are coming. So we are approaching. We'll see who will win that station prize. But these guys are Marlon Castellanos and Pace. These guys are true. These guys are sharing the pace. They are sharing the pace. There's the flag waving. There is the flag waving. There is the flag waving. Let me see if they let Marlon Castillo ride through. These guys are working. And as they pass, Marlon Castillo will claim that prize. Marlon Castillo will claim that prize there, donated by Odessa Bike Shop in memory of Kadim Banks and Edison Usher, guys. These guys are looking good. We are looking good as we are approaching Rolling Creek. And the Rolling Creek, we are some at mile 45, like I said, heading into Rolling Creek. And the last time we did the time check, we were some 4 minutes ahead of the main field, and the Guatemalans had to chase. Looking good out here. Our boys, 2 West Rock riders. Marlon Castillo, Shankard, Hassan Hennessy out of Anguilla, and John DeLong looking good. These guys, look at Hassan. Hassan is a monster. This man has a diesel engine. He is pouring the train out here. Look at Eric Chop trying to eat. He's eating and he's pulling up participants composed. Look at John DeLong face. This guy look composed. They are all working together as we pass them. Oh, that's mile 44 mile post. They give that prize, I'm not sure. Yeah, so that's mile 44 we just passed. I saw the mile post on the sign. Circle Rice, we are passing the sign there. Circle Rice on the front is Byron Pope. On the front is Byron Pope. Marlon Castillo, Hassan Hennessy, and Shankar, the 6 riders up front. Today's event is being sponsored by DigiWallet, the CFP, some other sponsors. I don't have the paper here for them. Here is Daniel Lam, the Aaron Rosado Foundation, will do sponsors. Definitely Daniel Lang on the front driving it. Daniel Lang driving it, followed by Marlon Castillo, followed by Shankar. Marlon Castillo taking a drink from his water bottle, staying hydrated. Like I said, hydrate. You want to fuel up, and you want to eat to keep energized. A beautiful event, folks. A beautiful event. 90-second running of the whole Saturday cross country race. Six riders up front. John DeLong, Marlon Castillo, Shankar, Hassan Hennessy, Byron Pope, and young Eric Chop. Looking good. Looking good out here today, folks. Looking good here today. John DeLong on the pace, driving it some 28 plus miles an hour. Marlon Castillo looking smooth out here. Shankar, Hassan Hennessy, number 97 from Anguilla. Byron Pope, the veteran, and young Eric Chop looking good. Eric Chop came out and said he will not play. He was in the break early, so he's looking really good, folks. This young kid came back after an injury. He had a knee injury, and he's looking good, stretching his back. There's Byron Pope. He took the gels out of his pocket. He came to fuel up. He came to ride his race today, and Byron is looking great. I know his father is looking down and proud of him also. On the front, it's Marlon Castillo, folks. We are headed into Belmopan shortly. Into Belmopan, into Rolling Creek. We come along the roundabout. In just a few miles, we're heading down this about mile 45 here. On the front is Shankar, followed by Hassan Hennessy, Byron Pope, Eric Chop. Folks, we're looking good. Like I said, the last time the time check was some 4 minutes 50 seconds. That's a huge gap. The Guatemalans will have to do a world of work to get back here, and they will definitely come with tired legs. And our boys will hit them hard, hit them out of the ball feet, folks. They are not taking no invaders today. The invaders have to go back home. Yes. There's the official motorcycle passing us by. John along that 60 chain ring on his smoking sport. He has a funny John along is a photo.
Go ahead, Alicia.
Okay. Just past Cotton Tree, and we're climbing up mile 43. The 3 Guatemalans are still in the front, carrying the pace. They have a hell of a work to do to catch our breakaway of 6. The peloton is intact, and they are grinding these roads. I can see the 23 seems to be blowing a lot. So let's see if he will survive. But Canasto and Julio, they are in full tap. Our Belize guys are just sitting in and paying keen attention. They have been working hard towards this run event. And we're hoping that the result is great. We're riding in the memory of Usher and Mr. Kadima, and we're hoping to bring home the garland. These guys are traveling 29 miles an hour. They're moving.
Screen, look at the fans.
43. And we have rider number 9 that has joined them. Valvoline did not catch the break, but they're right here. We take this time to thank all the sponsors that has contributed to this event. We are grateful to have you on board. And today, we will not let you down. It's not looking that way. We're looking good. So Julio has back into the peloton for a little breather. Have 501 on front. Maybe it's so that we guys out there a little bit longer. Right now, the guys don't really have a tailwind. Yes. I'm not feeling a tailwind, but they're looking good. We should be going up to 84 degrees today. I noticed all the ice have melted from the Guatemala. But we're looking good. They're moving.
We are up here with the leaders. We are up here with the leaders. The 6 guys up front. The tech fella pours the front of the race as we head into rolling with the roundabout and head towards Cairo. Oh my God, the race has been burned to smithereens. We just passed by the George Price Boulevard and there were a sea of fans cheering. The 92nd running of the whole Saturday cross country cycling event out here on the George Price Highway. As we said, John DeLong on the front. He's followed by Marlon Castillo, is taking over the pace. We are approaching the roundabout. Our guys are looking good, folks. Our guys are looking good. I saw it in the split screen just now that the Guatemalans have a whole lot of work to do if they want to make it up here, and they definitely will come with tired legs. We're looking good today. The garland will return to the Jewel man. I know the fans are excited. I can see them jumping up in the keys, in their house, in the USA. Oh my God, such a beautiful event as we reach the roundabout here in Rolling Creek, heading west. Look at the fans, look at the sea of the fans. There's a station price here. Here's the official waving the station price as we cross the bridge here. As we cross the bridge here in Rolling Creek, six riders out front. Six riders out front. Yes, turn it up. Shankar on the pace, drive at the pace. He's followed by Hassan Hennessy, Byron Pope, Young Eric Truck, John Malone, Marlon Castillo. We are looking good. Look up in the front. Look at the fans lining the highway as we go over the bridge. Look at the fans. Cross countries, but the excitement is out here, folks. Oh my God! Oh my God! I know you folks are loving it. I will continue to keep this excitement all the way to the finish line. We much. I got the internet. The gap is 5 minutes, something seconds, 5 minutes. We are looking good, folks. Yeah, here's a sign on the front. The gap have ballooned. Look at the composure on Mr. Hassan face. He looked pretty smooth. Byron Pope following in, followed by Young Eric Chop out of his saddle, John DeLong out of his saddle, Marlon Castillo and Sean. These guys have opened the gap, they have pried the gap open. Look at the front line, the highway here on the George Price Highway. The race is back. Thank God COVID have given us a break. We were in hibernation for 2 long years, and the fans are loving this race, folks. Our guys are looking good. The Guatemalans are in a whole heap of trouble today, folks. A beautiful day as we crest the top of this hill here in going with Byron Pope on the front. He's been taken over by his mate. No, Pope is still on the front. Byron Pope still on the front. Byron Pope still on the front, folks. Byron Pope on the front, followed by John DeLong. Yes, cycling fans, John DeLong on the front, John DeLong on the front. This is the running of the 92nd cross country event. It's beautiful and out here on the George Price Highway, folks. Marlon Castillo behind John DeLong. Eric Chap here in third position. Hassan Hennessy, Young Shankar and Byron Pope, 6 riders. This is the lead of the race, the front of the race, the $10 course as the fans wave on their riders. Look it's been flying with folks. Oh, it makes me feel so happy to see how the cheer on the beautiful game. 90-second run for the car. The chicken stuff. The riders are looking they are ready on the front line. These guys have blown the race to smithereens. 5 minutes, 50 seconds, almost 6 minutes of gap. That's a huge gap. That's a huge gap. If we don't get serious, we can have the winner from this crew today. We are looking good. Marlon Castillo is back. Marlon Castillo is back. There is Mr. Hassan Hennessy looking great. Byron sharing water with his teammate Eric Shankar. And the front, Mr. Hassan Hennessy driving the pace, followed by Byron Pope. Oh my God, as we are in the village of Samalote, heading towards San Ignacio, folks. A beautiful event, the annual whole Saturday cross country race, the 92nd running. We want to say a big thank you to all the sponsors. We want to say a big thank you to all the fans. Event I can run in this a lot of even sleep because excitement was built. I couldn't even sleep. I woke up more than once to make sure I'm not late for this monster event out here. We want to pay tribute to our fallen brothers, Edison Vintage Usher and Young Kadim Banks would be out here. I am being driven by the brother Wilbert Banks of Young Mr. Banks, and he said he will come out to pay. And I know they are looking down and Eric Chop on the front, Eric Chop on the front. He is followed by John Nalang, Marlon Castillo, Hassan Hennessy, Byron Pope, and young Sean Crab. The race have definitely been blown to smithereens. I said the field is some 5 minutes, 50 seconds behind, and they will have to go up. The invader been down, they're not up here, taking all the station pride, putting some vicious attack. Our boys already, like I said, a lot of races that was going on, keep these guys in tip-top shape for the foreign invaders. John DeLong on the front looking smooth. John DeLong, Skyline Rider, looking great. John DeLong is he's like a Belize now. He's been honorable Belize, and as we said, he's been traveling to Belize for a long time, taking part in major races. Yeah, he have something special in the battle. He shake that battle and he take a drink. He's on the front. He's concentrate to look at the face of Mark and sister. These are three big guys. Some engine turning over. Look at the fans on the side of the highway. The fans on the side of the highway cheering on our cyclists. Two West Truck rider, yes, Byron Pope and young Eric Chop, G Flow rider. Yeah, Sean Hennessy, John Lang and Marlon Castillo. Guys are good as we are in the village after Charlie. We'll reach Tea Kettle, heading outside of a huge sea of fans will be there to cheer on all riders. They are happy that cycling is back. They are happy that cycling is back on the front. Number 97, Hassan out of Anguilla. He is turning up the pace, folks. There is Byron Pope on the wheel of Hassan. He said he know Hassan good. I saw him riding the year, and he's an excellent rider. He's on a Miami-based team for the Williams brothers. Sean Cott looking smooth. There's no sign of suffering in any of these riders. They all look smooth and composed. Like I said, they were eating, they were drinking, staying hydrated as we climb up this with mileposts. Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, the road had a little cut in it. So, yes, folks servicing their guys here on the George Pice Highway. Byron Pope on the front. Byron Pope on the front. Look at the sea of fans, folks. Look at the sea of fans. The 92nd running of the whole Saturday cross-country race here on the George Pice Highway. A beautiful event. Cycling is back. We want to thank the CFD. We want to thank the Digi Wallet and all the other sponsors who made it possible today. We want to thank all the fans at the station, everybody at the station guys. Yeah, people blowing your hand. The fans are out here in full effect. We have more to trail riders to throw cyclists on the highway.
Reporting from the back here. We have a 6-minute time gap. Adia getting his service. 6-minute time gap. We have Julio getting service. Filling up for his we're approaching mile 50, heading up to mile 50. Joshua Kelly is requesting service. Guatemalan, anything ready and we're just here. Bring home the garland. And with all that, we have support from our colleagues from Edison Russia and Mr. Kadim Bank. They are our extra support this year. They're in our cyclist legs right now, helping them to perform that great front there. Great. And the Guatemalans have to do their work in order for them to catch that break. Keep it up, guys, in the front. Like I said, we have our guys waiting to move to make. They have been preparing for this event. Although we were on lockdown, we had a few guys that remained on their bicycles. And they're here now to show that the hard work that they have put in now gonna come to life. We are working together as Belizeans here this year because we need that garland home back with us. Just past mile 50, and we're making our way to Cayo. I'd like to take this time to thank our main sponsor, DigiWallet, and the sponsors that have donated to this event.
Yes, I can.
All the sponsors.
Yes, I can find her back here on the third highway as Marlon Castillo is on the front doing some 30 miles an hour. He's followed by we are looking good. We are in the village of Kettle, heading towards San Ignacio for the 92nd running up the whole Saturday cross country race. A beautiful family. We are looking good. 6 riders strong up front. 6 riders. Byron Pope on the pace. He's followed by Sean Kett. He's followed by young Eric Chop, Hassan Hennessy, Jan Dalong, and Marlon Castillo. Fire powers, folks. Fireworks out there. Fire powers on the front. We are looking good for the whole Saturday cross country race is looking great on the front. Baron Pope is advising. They are attacking. They definitely are working together. They are working. Baron, the senior rider out here, is giving advice to the rider. They are looking good. The last time we did the time check, it was 5 minutes 50 seconds. That's a huge gap, folks. And the Guatemalans will definitely have to do a monster of a chase to back to these guys out front. Like I said, 6 riders as we reach the brick wall climb. Sean Cott on the front. Sean Cott looking smooth. Look at his cadence. This guy is in phenomenal shape, folks. Like I said, when the past 2 brick, the fans line the highway, looking, cheering on their riders. That was an awesome sight to see so many people supporting. The sport came out to cheer on our riders as we are crossing the brick wall. Little time here on the highway in this 92nd running of the whole Saturday cross country event. Yes, folks, this race have been blown to smithereens by these 6 riders. They have blown the pack, but I guess our Belizean riders won't assist the Guatemalans. They will have to chase on their own, and this is looking good for us. They have put them in a spot of bothered. They have put on their wheels all morning, early in the morning. The attacks were happening. I saw Julio, I saw Canasto, I saw young Ellie. They were attacking, but our boys were right on their wheel. And when this group attacked and went out, it's over. They have increased their gap, have ballooned to over 5 minutes, 6 minutes. And this is a beautiful event. Yes, this is what the fans want to see. For Belize and ahead for lead juice as we are through the African headed village. We are heading into the Antara village and the front. Driving it, Marlon Castillo and looking composed, looking good. Byron Pope, the senior right out here, working with these guys, making sure. How much? 27.3. Yes, he said Pope is telling us that it's 27.3 avenues so far. So he's feeling good. He can even speak to us. Here's Marlon Castillo on the front. John DeLong driving it. John DeLong on the front driving it. He's followed by Marlon Castillo, Byron Pope, young Sean Todd, young Eric Chop, making sure he's staying cool. And Mr. Hassan Hennessy, this man look pretty smooth. Look at his cadence. He rides a Canon bike with Trump top 12 speed. Oh my God, oh my God. We are looking good, fans. We are looking good. You can take a little break and go and get your drink, your little whiskey, your popcorn. You can take a little dive quick. But if you don't want to, stay close to that gadget, stay close to your television, stay close to your phone, your iPad, whatever you have, because the annual Holy Saturday cross country is in full swing as we enter into the village of Antara out here on the George Price Highway, folks. We're looking good. The fans are cheering. The fans are, yeah, go, yes. And in a short while, when we pass through the main part of the village, we'll definitely see the amount of fans that will cheer on our local heroes. Yes, these guys came out today to ride, to bring back the garland to the Julie. So Byron is giving out the orders. He's giving out the orders. He's telling them that the prize at Mount Hope. Yes, Marlon Castillo. So Byron is giving out the orders. He's giving out the orders. He's telling them that the prize at Mount Hope. Yes, Marlon Castillo family out there, having up a sign say go Marlon. So Byron is telling the whole group that the prize at Mount Hope is for Sean Todd. So these guys are working together. These 6 riders are working together out here as we enter into the village of Antaro, and the fans line the highway to cheer on their riders, to cheer on our local heroes. Here are the fans on the highway, and they are cheering on. Lone claps you're hearing. They are looking good. They are happy to see that we have 4 local Belizean out front, along with John DeLong and Mr. Hennessy. And I know Mr. Hennessy came to support our local riders. Yes, Byron Pope is giving out the article. So Byron Pope is a very smart guy. He doesn't want these guys to fight for station prizes and then disrupt the so Byron Pope is sharing the prize, trying to keep this 6-year-old brother Marlon Castillo waving at his family members. He's smiling. Marlon Castillo looking good, folks. He's looking good. Look at his face. No sign of suffering. John DeLong, watch his face. Minor composed. And Mr. Hennessy on the front looking smooth. Hassan Hennessy spinning over that gear, looking great as we pass through Antaro village. Shortly we should be in Unitedville. Sharp wall. Oh my God, it's looking good, folks. The annual Holy Saturday Cross Country Race, the 92nd running of this event, a beautiful event. We want to thank DG Wallet for this out here so we could come around number 1. We are at the front with the lead riders. Alicia Thompson is at the back with the main field. Go ahead, Alicia.
Okay, folks, we're out here. We have 1 rider off the front. I can't give you his number, but he is going up the wall. However, we still have the 3 Guatemalans here doing the job that they do to try to catch our Belizean boys here this year. We are blessed out here this year because we have the support of our falling brothers, Edison, Usher, and Kadim. Thanks, giving our guys the courage to be able to do what they need to do to bring home the garland this year. We're approaching Brick Wall. everybody is intact. 3 Guatemalans are chasing. That one lone rider up front will be caught in a few seconds. And we continue on our journey to Cayo. These guys have been training all year long, as I mentioned before, getting themselves prepared, getting themselves ready for the Guatemalans. Because they know exactly Wallet and all the other sponsors who have given singing comfortable. They're ready for any attack that the Guatemalan should want to bring to us. We are prepared. The lockdown did some bad for some people. However, we had a lot of meeting on there, and I believe this will be the outcome, bringing hope.
We are out back here. The technical course, the front of the race, folks. We are looking good. We are some minutes ahead of the main field. Byron Pope on the pace, followed by Sean Cad, followed by young Eric Chop, Mr. Hassan Hennessy, John DeLong, and Marlon Castillo as we are in the village of Unitedville. The station prize there won by Byron Pope. These guys are not fighting for how much?
6:30.
6 minutes. The gap have balloon, folks. It have balloon. I understand to 6 minutes. How much is the bonus?
6:30.
6:30. 6:30. As we approach the roundabout at the Spanish Lookout roundabout here in Unitedville, folks. As the riders pass us, Mr. Hennessy on the front, followed by John DeLong, Marlon Castillo, Byron Pope, Sean Cad, and Eric Chop. All passing us here as we go around the roundabout. Shortly, we will be on the clan of Monk Hope. We are going around the roundabout. Look at the fans lining the highway, folks. Lining the highway, cheering on our heroes, our cycling heroes, who is taking this race all over the kayak. It's no joke riding a bike at this tremendous speed out here on the highway, taking the speed up, the tarmac. As we approach behind the riders here, this is the Tech de la course, the front of the race. On the front is John DeLong as we hope Marlon Castillo is on his wheel, followed by Byron Pope, Sean Cad, Hassan Hennessy, and we are
All right. All right. Okay, guys. Sorry about that, folks. We had a little dog coming into the flow of the cyclists. Please, we do apologize for the drop in the service every now and then. It happens, but our guys are going, and they're going well. They're doing great right now, sitting in, paying attention, and getting themselves ready for our main guys in the front to bring home the garland. This is the 92nd running of the annual Holy Saturday Cycling Classic. We want to take this time to thank our sponsors, Digi Wallet, in order. They do the great job of helping us to bring this coverage live to you. I'm holding in for falling brother Edison Usher. This is one of the things or one of the plans that he had in order to give you double coverage, double angles of this event. And we're doing it here today. We're seeing it through. On the 8th of April, we came out and we did our test. That was the last time I started. And we worked with Mr. Edison Usher. And Eddie, this one is for you. We're bringing home the garland for you. This is a part of your work, giving John Public or fans or cycling fans double coverage, double angles of this event. Not sure what's going on here. Santiago, Richard Santiago, moving along with the under 23, along with Henry Lee. Shane Jones is here as well. They have opened a little 5 seconds gap. We have 2 other riders coming. A rider from 501, along with another West Track rider, number 22. They're slowly walking away. However, Canasto is right there on the front coming. I'll do my best to bring this coverage to you. But folks, it's looking good out here. The under 23 is still in the lead. We have a group of 6 riders, 7 riders in the front. But they are closely being marked by our other Belizeans. There's no way anybody is going from the back here. Everybody is keeping it tight, keeping it together. I must say we're grateful to have the Belizeans in the front. I counted about $8,000 worth of prizes heading to Cayo and another $13,000 coming back to Belize. So we are grateful to have our Belizean boys getting some of what our Belizeans have donated to them. It's long overdue. We are doing our best. Our guys are not allowing anybody to move. None of the Guatemalans will be able to get out of here today. They are traveling 22 miles an hour up this little climb. Richard Santiago has made another move again, followed by the under 23. You have Henry Lee right there.
Heading into Cayo, and we still have the A team here, the Love FM, Steve Benedict A team, Anwar Farrow, Alan Will, Armin Arana, along with driver technician William Usher and Alan. They're heading into Cayo at this time.
They're heading into Cayo over the Mount Hope, and it seems as if there is a split now in the main peloton. There's a small group of riders who have gone off. The peloton is chasing hard, but there is some bit of damage out there in the hills, and I think Anwar, it was expected that the Guatemalan team, very comfortable in the hillier terrain, would pick up the pace, knowing indeed that the entire pack could not save them as they could on the flat roads. But I think part of the Guatemalan strategy was to do most of their damage where they could actually eliminate riders rather than just take everyone for a free ride.
I think from the time when Marlon Castillo, John DeLong, and that group separated after Hattieville, it started to put pressure on the Guatemalans, especially after that gap ballooned beyond 3 minutes, to really pick up the pace and get on the front on the peloton. And they did some of that. Julio Padilla using his 2 soldiers to do that. And now what I expect to see in the hills, I expect to see Julio make a move, even if it's solo, if the other 2 have already been spent.
Yeah, that's right. And looking at the peloton, I see Philton Butler is there, Nation Itagiri, a lot of blue jerseys from the G Flow team. 501 has come up behind the Guatemala team. They are still allowing the Guatemalans to do most of the work Seatown rider Kevin Gentle. They are still. It is still quite a sizable team. The foul team. They are there up front, keeping the Guatemalans definitely in close check. But it is Guatemala in their blue jerseys who are doing most of the work. And Anwar, the race really gets it picks up now, and I don't think that the chase will cease anymore. They will chase from now, and there should not be any more lulls. The action will pick up, and it will stay high from here to the end, or at least until they can catch those 6 riders who are running away with the prizes.
The race is going to be, the configuration, I think, is likely going to be decided within the next 30 miles, Alan. So as we go into Cayo and we make our way back into Belmopan, the hills are what is going to separate the men from the boys.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And so far, actually, the easier ride is really among those guys who are out in front. Marlon Castillo from the foul team, the 2 West Rock riders, Eric Trapp and Byron Pope, the G-Flow rider, Sean Cott. He's wearing the Belize flag on his back, signifying that he's a national champion. The American John DeLong and the Anguillan Hassani Minute, they really have an easier ride just for the reason that they are rotating the pace and they are going steady. They're not having to deal with surges. And you know, as a cyclist, the surges, the attacks, they pick it up over 30 miles an hour and then slow down and then attack again and chasing left and right and snaking across the road. That really wears out your legs a lot more than what's happening out in front, where they are really riding very cohesively.
They're riding
in the sun.
They're riding at a consistent tempo, the group of 6, and that will certainly serve, as you've said, to take a little bit less out of them. The gap now over some 6 minutes and 30 seconds. I just saw that come across Race as the official time gap a few minutes ago. One of the things that you and I were speaking about earlier is really the gear selection of these riders. Lighter gears, especially in the hills, trying to preserve their muscular system and, in fact, relying more on their cardiovascular system, which has usually much more capacity. Marlon has been riding a bigger gear or a heavier gear, putting more pressure on his muscles, and we have yet to see how that will play out down the stretch.
Over the long haul, indeed, it could pose to be a problem. But also, the spinning, what we're talking about really is the difference between spinning and pushing, or a higher cadence, which the cycling term for revolutions, the revolutions per minute. So Marlon pedals slower, but with a bigger gear. That type of pedaling actually burns more fat, which Marlon has to burn. And the spinning burns more carbs, which would require somebody to carb out. In a few years, and he's making a comeback this year. So he is not at the same standard. It's not the same Marlon Castillo that we had seen in years past when he was a heavy favorite in most races, if not all, that he entered. We'll see how it plays out, though.
But he is showing up today, and he's showing up big. So Marlon, as my wild card pick this morning, is certainly proving out to be worthy.
Back up.
Are you Als?
All
Go
right.
ahead, fully. Yeah.
Sorry about that, folks. We're back here. And we're at 3 flags, climbing 3 flags. The peloton is intact. Everybody looking good. Everybody looking comfortable. The heat is on. I can feel that 84 degrees. These guys need to remain hydrated. That is a must. They must remain hydrated out here today. We're not even halfway yet. And I can feel this heat. Thanking again DigiWallet, our service provider. And we're doing our best to give you this live coverage of today's 92nd running of the Cross Country Classic. Thank you to all the sponsors who have donated to this event. Cake by Carla's, eCash, powered by the Belize Bank, the Belize Tourism Board, M&M Engineering, Leslie's Imports, Renko Batteries, the Police Department, the Transport Department, Ariel Rosado Foundation, the Office of the Prime Minister, Belize City Council, Vacation Home and Cabin, B&B Mini Shop, Jex Trophies, Atlantic Bank. Folks, we're climbing up Busman Arnold. Here we have the young rider number 9 and Hollister Baptist climbing. Young Raynon Cod moving off, opening a little gap from the crowd. The under 23 rider is from Guatemala is taking no chance. And we have Oscar right there and our young Chavaria. The rider from Seatown, M&M Engineering rider. Young driving, they have opened up a small gap from the crowd. Folks, we're still here looking good. Our guys climbing Busman Arnold. Veteran Jose Choto along with Joshua Fuller. Henry Lee. Everybody making their way up. Up Busman Arnold. Looking good, folks. This is where all of our guys have made it up. Young Gorian is right here looking good. He was second place in the junior cross country. Looking good, Gorian. He rides from out of the Seaway camp. Everyone coming down Busman. We're coming down Busman about 35 miles an hour. Julio Padilla right here, and he's followed closely by Nation. Look at them go. Julio Padilla is going. Will he pass them? It seems very much so. But Junior Chubb has caught onto his wheel. Shane Jones behind him. It looks like rider number 19, driving, going. Will they form a break? We have Bradley. Everybody is here. They're not allowing not one Guatemalan to get out of our sight today. Look, oh. Small little break has been formed. And the riders have slowed right back. Now we have young Derek Chavaria and Henry Lee trying to open up a gap. The under 23 rider from Guatemala is right there, followed closely by Joshua Fuller.
He's a very good time trialist. So Eric Trapp really is no slouch. You know, I would say all those 6 riders, there really isn't a weak link there. Eric Trapp might be the weakest, but he's not a weak link. So that's the situation right now. And I think we'll take a break, folks. Bring more live action to you from the Western Highway, the cross country, the 92nd running of the Holy Saturday Cross Country Cycling Classic. Yeah. This is Love FM, news and music power.
They're all here, folks. All our prime time athletes are here. Now we have Justin Chavaria making up. Folks, we're looking good. We're looking good. No Guatemalan is going anywhere from here today. Our guys are still here looking strong. Strong as ever. We have worked hard for this. They just have to be smart. Look at Julio Padilla. Julio Padilla said, it seems like no other Belizean is going to go across. He's right here closing the gap. But we have Brandon Kadi right on his tail along with Nation Isagiri. So look at the under 23. He's followed closely by Joshua Fuller. Then we have Seven. Then we have Oscar Young Jalvin along with Joshua Kelly. And the peloton has regrouped. And the under 23 Guatemalan is in the front again. Folks, they are doing 32 miles an hour. Giovanni Lovell has come on back to take its position. He's right in front of Oscar Quiros. Now look at Canasto. Canasto making his way up. Watch it. Yeah. These guys are looking good. Sadonis, can we take it back to you so that you can report on the lead group? Okay. Not sure what's going on, but I'm here with the chase group. Let's see what the Guatemalans are going to do. They have Julio Padilla sitting in the peloton. And Canasto and the young under 23 rider are in the front. Sherwin Roca is right there behind them along with Tevin Giovanni Lovell. Oscar Quiros is right here. Our guys are sitting in, folks. They're sitting in. They're making sure that they are ready for any move that these Guatemalans would attempt to make. We're passing Galen University at mile 64. And we're making our way to Cayo. This is the 92nd running of the annual Cross Country Classic. And it's sponsored by Viginet, giving us all the power we need to be able to give you live coverage of this event. We are doing our best to fill in the gap from Mr. Edison Usher. This was one of his dreams, to be able to give us two angles of this prestigious event. I had to do my part to fill in, and I hope I'm doing an okay job. Okay, somebody want pause. Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. We just had a service vehicle from Marlon Castillo pass. It seems as if though Julio has said to shut it down. So now our Belizeans seem to will be chasing our Belizeans. I think they're playing it smart. They're using psychology on us. They want our Belizeans to chase. while they sit in, refresh, and recuperate. We just need to be smart. We're moving on up to the four riders who took the opportunity to break away from the crowd. And that would be Justin Chavarria, Angel Zip. We have Kevin here. B12. B12 name again. B12 winning. And Sharon Rocker. This is the group of four. B12. B12 name again. B12 winning. And Sharon Rocker. This is the group of four chasing the group of six. We have two riders making themselves out of that group at the back. We're passing mile 65 in the Central Farm area. These four guys are trying. We have two other riders coming across. That's Javin Gonzalez and rider number 35 from Seatown. Two other riders are splitting themselves away from the main peloton. Folks, this race is now split into three. The lead group of six. We have six riders here in the chase group. They are some minutes behind, but they are trying. There are two more guys in the middle. That's Brandon Catus coming, making his way. But the Guatemalans are taking no chance, folks. They have lined up again. The under 23 along with Gian Leo, along with her baby Chavarria. Then we have Canasto also following. Look at it, folks. Look at them. Look at them. They're moving. They're moving. They're making their way to Cayo. This is the chase group right here, the main peloton. Baby Chav along with Canasto. We apologize, folks. I'm just trying here. I'm a little bit tense because of these riders coming so close. Forgive me, but our riders are looking good. We have to pay attention. Keep paying attention, guys. Julio is sitting right here at the back. Canasto is right there. I think they're trying to make their move. But our guys need to be smart. We need to continue paying attention to what's going on. Guys are trying to do. Our guys are smart. And they have been watched over. They are being watched. They are being watched by our falling brothers for them to make the right decisions to bring this garland home. We have Joshua Kelly riding out of Barbados. Folks, it has tapered back down. We're doing some 19 miles an hour as we head on into Cayo. The peloton is back intact. The peloton is back intact. And they're on the road. Paying attention, paying close attention to the Guatemalans. Julio is in the front, the other two are in the back. Folks, this is the 92nd running of the annual Cross Country Classic. We have 6 leaders in the front. 6 leaders in the front. That's Sean Carter, our junior national champion. Hassani from Anguilla, Byron Port from Westrap, Marlon Castillo from Pal. We have John DeLong from the US. folks, they're going. These guys are right. We're moving past Noah. Followed closely by Henry. Followed closely by Henry. By Justin again. Followed closely by. This looks like Windell. Windell Williams.
One would have been lost. That's young Eric Johnson. Leaders on the front. He's we are okay, strokes here. Sunshine and Penny. The riders approach us.
Yes, I need someone to stand by me. Yes, I need someone to
The second one in after.
I am tired of this lonely life. I need someone to stand by me. The one I love is already gone. So I need someone to stand by me. I am
Five are looking very comfortable. A lot of other people in the race suffering at this point. This is the time when the men are being separated from the boys.
The men are certainly being separated from the boys. Eric Trapp still out front ahead of the main peloton, but he's already at least a minute or so behind the other five riders, Anwar. And a lot of damage being done at the back. Actually, a whole bunch of M&M riders have been drifted off in the big hills, Mount Hope, Floral Park area, Philip Burns, Mike Wagner, Ryan Willoughby, and even Roque Matos, who came in as one of the very top weekend warriors, but not quite ready for the big hills of the Cayo area.
Not ready at all. Valiant try. These guys are out here riding for pleasure and for fun. But in this 5-hour, almost 6-hour tussle war, it's very, very difficult for them to survive given their age and a lot of times given their weight. Five.
There is a lot of 2 hour and 2.5 hour races. It doesn't affect them so much over 2.5 hours. We are already now, I think it is 2 and 44 minutes, 2 hours, 44 minutes into this race. So we're at the time right now that most weekend warrior races are over. And so these guys, their capacity and pain is about, this is about the limit for them. Although right now, 5 miles an hour, no longer chasing. He's
waiting for the peloton.
His team has instructed him that he can't hold off the peloton. You might as well just freshen up and wait and have the pack catch you, but you don't want that peloton to catch you at 35 miles an hour with dead legs. He's right now refreshing his legs and hoping that when he does get caught, and it will happen, inevitably it will happen, that he's able to latch on.
That's exactly what he's hoping for, and I think that is a very smart move As you said, we are almost 2 hours and 45 minutes into this race. I don't think the record has been broken, which was set by Marcos Salas in 2009.
They would have been close. They would have been very close. Good job, Eric. Good job, Eric. Step on it, Eric. Yeah, just giving a bit of word of encouragement there. So Eric Trotton, he did a real great job. He started the break along with Sean Cod, got caught, and he was working with his teammate. So he still has a teammate, a West Rock representative up front in the form of Byron Pope.
Yeah, he does, and I see him tightening up his gears now and spinning as he is on top of this hill. And so he's all right. He's making a smart move there and just taking his time and recovering until the peloton catches him, which is some 6 minutes plus behind the B group.
His cold water also is pouring. He's pouring, and I think he's probably on his third or fourth bottle of bathing himself right now, pouring water over his head. But especially the only thing left is putting a serial number rather than your name. But these guys, they really turn into machines, and part of that is the cooling system. And so without the radiator and radiator hoses to cool you off, he lets in all bottles and he's just cooling down the muscle and preparing for the hard effort, because just halfway through this event.
We are just halfway through this event, and the best is yet to come, so to speak. The toughest part of the race is coming down past the pan into the final stretches of this race, Alan, where we are going to see who will be able to show up. We are right here waiting on the peloton to join us. That's over now some 6 minutes ahead. That includes Sean Codd from Team G Flow, one of the Belize hopefuls. It includes Marlon Castillo of Foul Cycling, today's wild card. It includes
Not sure.
10 cycling out here on the George Vice Highway. Look at the 5 leaders. In the front is Marlon Castillo, followed by John Miller.
And now we're fun. We have to take Yeah, stay, Josh. Yeah, stay with Josh. Yeah.
Will succumb to this brutal
and a half or so lead over the peloton, and there is mayhem in the back. The M&M rider, Devin Azueta, is attacking. There is a 501 Valvoline rider who is trying to catch on to the tail of Devin Asqueta. But right now, there are no blue jerseys of those Guatemalan riders. It seems as if the strategy to destroy the Guatemala team by having them do all the work heading out, that might be paying off. The Guatemala team nowhere to be seen in that pack right now. It is Joshua Kelly. It is Devin Azueta, a 501 rider yet to be named. I couldn't make him out. But guys, there is some action now, and the chase is definitely on.
The chase is on to this 5-man lead group, followed by Joshua Kelly, who is the Caribbean World Race Champion, the current champion. He hails out of Barbados. He races in the U.S., and we are here with him. He's 26 years of age, and he's going to bridge this gap, Alan, and he is going to be a formidable challenger if he can recover after bridging this gap.
Difficult to say that he can bridge the gap because he is by himself. Remember, there are 5 men out front rotating the pace, and Joshua right now, I would assume, still has 4-minute deficit to those 5 riders, and he has a headwind to boot that he would have to deal with. Difficult for one man to come across.
You can see him with his head down. He's totally focused. He just took some water, and he is barreling down the highway, headwind to boot, but he is dealing with it. And my prediction is that he will deal with it, and he will make the connecting flight. What is unsure is whether if he makes the connecting flight, he will be able to recover in time to show up at the end.
It would be indeed a very long chase if he were to bridge what was at one time 5 minutes and 50 seconds. I don't have a recent time check, but just by what I can see on the road, it seems as if it would still be in the range of about 4 minutes or so. For him to bridge by himself a 4-minute gap, that will take a long, rough haul. And if he does get across, then he would have to be certainly the favorite out front. I know he would be the fastest man out front. He is a fast sprinter, but that peloton behind is not letting him get out of their sight. The peloton still is keeping him at about a minute, Anwar. And I think that they realize the danger with Josh Kelly out front. Josh Kelly, the talk in the peloton was that he was here at the request of G-Flow management, and he would have worked for G-Flow, which is Giovanni Lovell. But here he is, a minute out in front, chasing by himself. No Giovanni Lovell in sight.
Giovanni has not shown up today. He was invited by the association, and I think what happened is that the G-Flow team, the principal owner and manager of the G-Flow team, Mr. Glenn Flowers, is the one who facilitated him in being in Belize as far as accommodations and some of the necessary logistics to get here. But I don't see him really working for G-Flow. Shout out to Glenn and everything that he's done for G-Flow and cycling. Glenn is a Belizean American out of California. He's been working with the Caterpillar company for 29 years. Senior guy there now, started sweeping the floor, and now he actually runs one of the Caterpillar branches out there. Went from sweeping the floor to head mechanic, and now, as I said, is managing one of the branches, and in his spare time chooses to invest and support cycling in Belize.
And Anwar, we have a recent time check from the officials that came in about 3 minutes ago, and the time check now for the leading 5, 6 minutes and 30 seconds. A huge gap heading back to Belize City. The peloton is working, but I think it is soon going to be time for us to discuss whether or not these 5 men out front are going to be first through 5, holding soon to be what may be an insurmountable lead. 6 minutes, 30 seconds right now, Anwar. I think we have to consider that we're talking about John DeLong, Hassani Hennis, Marlon Castillo, Byron Pope, and the other one, Sean Cott, G Flow. Noticeably absent anyone from the 501 Valvoline team, the team that was heavy favorite in Belize in all our races, the team that was considered the superpower among Belizean teams. There is no 501 Valvoline rider out front.
6 plus 6 minutes 30 seconds. Joshua Kelly in the middle, who is the Caribbean World National Champion, trying to close this gap. He probably has just under 2 minutes on the peloton, so he is right in the breach, right in no man's land, battling to reach his front group. My prediction is, Alan, that he's going to make it, he's going to recover, and he's going to be a formidable opponent at the end of this race.
Well, if Josh Kelly gets up front, he probably wins the race. I can tell you right now, we're at the front now. These guys are approaching the Floral Park Hill, the backside of what we used to call Bosman Arnold Hill. This is where a lot of damage has been done in the past. And among these 5, I can see there are a couple riders that do seem to be struggling. Their pedaling motion does not look the same. It could be a result of the breeze picking up, but certainly a result of the miles that they've already ridden. And Sean Pat does the same smooth Sean he normally is. Marlon Castillo is certainly looking and circles, and that has to do indeed with the big gears that he uses. And John DeLong too. John DeLong seems to be pedaling squares instead of circles. 2 smooth guys on the bike are Hassani Hennis and Byron Pope. Those 2 look the strongest of these 5. They're still rolling.
I would have to agree, but we are still in the hills, and I think once we get into the flats, you will see Marlon's condition improve. The race is good in peaks and valleys as far as how you're feeling, your physical condition, and so everybody is going to suffer at different points in the race. It's clear that this spring, the long run, is an excellent cyclist. You have a lot and pressure.
And we still have a lot of miles left. It's a lot. $1 mile. If they were to even have attacked at this point, it would be a long run into the city. They attacked Sean Cott and Eric Trapp did at the 10-mile marker. That means that Sean Cott has already been out in front of this race for about 60 miles himself. And the others for a bit less, but the others have been out in front for at least 45 or 50 miles.
Slightly less, because Sean and Eric left at mile 10, and the others left just outside of Hatteville. As we climb the hill here in Floral Park, it's John DeLong on the front, Marlon Castillo on the second, Byron Pope third, and we see Hassani Hennis just coming off on the right, Sean Codd right beside him. John is not looking bad. He's on the front. He continues to pound. Marlon is not looking bad either, but I would say the strongest man in this group looks to be Hassani Hennis. And remind you, Joshua Kelly, the Caribbean national champ, coming across, is in fact teammates with Hassani on the Miami Blazers U.S. domestic continental squad.
They certainly will team up if they get together. Hassani on a lighter gear than the others. Sean Codd, very accustomed to these hills. He is from this area. This is the hill where the Orange Gallery is, folks, if you want to know exactly where the front of the race is. The race is on the Go Slow Hill, which is the one where the Orange Gallery is. The 5 riders are climbing together. It is a long climb. a punishing climb, being led right now by the under 23 national champion Sean Codd.
Sean Codd should not be on the front. Look at the difference, Alan, amongst the 5 riders and the gears that they are riding. Look at what Hassani is riding. His legs are turning consistently, high revolutions. He's putting pressure on his cardiovascular system and not his muscular system. That is the difference between the mark of a pro and somebody who is an amateur.
Yeah, Hassani looks really smooth. He's on a lighter gear than everyone else. But they're still working together. A remarkable runaway from these guys, still with a lot of work for them to do. As I said now, 60 miles still away from the city. But with over a 6-minute lead, they
We all know the importance of running water and proper drainage in your home. That's why we rely on a fully functional plumbing system. At Belize, we have all the plumbing supplies and accessories you need. Our pipes, fittings, valves, and adapters are made from durable quality materials.
Wala. Complete action. I don't know why this not come up. But did they come up? You good to go now?
Yeah, you guys are up. I'm hearing you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I could hear you. Don't step up.
Yeah, both feeds are back up. Internet connection.
Say it again. Huh?
There was some form of connection, but you guys are back up.
Mr. Donis, not to put the camera up on there, guys. All right. Me I stay right there, Chan, cut. And Donis sit up front with the next 4 riders. And I say Chan, cut.
You have to make Mr. Donis fix the mic.
Fix the mic? Why,
Yeah,
what
the mic
mic?
need to plug in good.
Oh, you not plug in. Oh, you have to get out of the way. All right.
I find helmet because the mic there a little bit. Huh?
All right, make me go tell Mr. Donis to plug in the mic properly. The mic good.
And that is going to be a very difficult gap to close in these conditions, Alan.
Yeah, I think it's possible for him to close it. So the gap is just too large for a single rider. I can't do it as anyone heading into the breeze. Apart from the caliber riders, which he definitely is not. But the gap 642 that requires a group effort to close. Is not happening by one man. And I am totally surprised that the Guatemala team seems to be exhausted. They seem to be out of it for Rio to defend his title. The move needs to be going on now. His case needed to be going on right now as we speak. But the Guatemala team has actually faded to the back of the peloton. It could be a strategic move on their part to take away pressure and just staying, for playing, testing. Of course, they're tired, but I can tell you that the gap continues to open without the Guatemalan presence at the front. And those 5 riders are looking at a better and better chance with each mile pass. They're looking at a better and better chance of being not caught at all.
I don't think the next time to take it, and I do not think they're taking it. I think they just don't have it. What we might see is we might see Julio Padilla spring up. Joshua, it seems that a group from the peloton has advanced. We can see in the distance coming up. Joshua may not be by himself for much longer. Right off behind him, he is about 4 minutes plus behind the lead group, and right off behind him, maybe about 45 seconds, is a group coming up which is not the main peloton. The main peloton is probably about 30 seconds behind that chase group. So we will see who that comprises of as Joshua Kelly makes his way up the backside of Gonzo. He looks like he's under pressure. You can see the hand, and now he's going down the backside of Gonzo. As we see a chase group approaching Alan, they are on the left-hand side of the road. It is about 3 or 4 riders. We can see a blue G-Flow jersey in the front. Or is that the Guatemala?
This is the 501 team. Finally comes to the front. The 501 Valvoline. Guatemala. Pull up.
So you go, man. I got technical difficulties sometimes, but
Now we don't run out. I want to plug out my one.
Judge State Flex Santiago, you can see it is state is struggling up the backside of our foot as we take a dip almost at the top. In the front, it is Giovanni Lovell,
Oscar Quiroz, Julio Padilla, and Nathan Itakiri. Those are the guys. I believe that Chavaria and Richard Santiago may have been with them and likely got dropped from them. We can pass them, and I'll tell you whether it is Derek or Justin.
That is Justin. That's the piece that sits from the side. That is exactly
Justin Chavaria. They're not far. They're only about 10 seconds behind. 10 seconds behind this group. And it would be in Oscar's interest if Justin were to get there, because Justin would be a strong teammate to help with the chase. And they're also not far behind Josh Kelly, probably only about 30 seconds or so behind Josh Kelly. So this will be a serious chase. 4 men here, led right now by Julio Padilla. Julio Padilla. Oscar Quiroz. Nation is like Siri, riding for the St. William speed. He's the sole rider of the St. William. Very strong, very powerful. Nation is like here. And in the background with Antino, just about 5 seconds behind. Justin Chavaria coming up and trying to press on to them. That will take them 6 months of the race for the Peloton. If you're not on this flight over, I don't think you're going to have a chance in this race to show up when the final song is played. This is the move right here, Alan. I think they will make a connection with Joshua Kelly. He probably is not aware that they're coming up on him. Otherwise, he might slow down a bit, wait, and with that firepower, I think there is a good chance that they can close the gap. Actually, Joshua is indeed just about 30 seconds or so in front of these 6 men who are trying to get across the him. And if they catch him, it will be 7 men chasing. The question is, I'm not sure if Giovanni will help with the chase, because he has a teammate out front in the personal Sean Scott. I'm not sure that Joshua Kelly will help with the chase, because he has a teammate out front in the personal Sunday Ennis. And so you may find a situation where 2 riders of all this group will not chase, and that's going to hurt their chances. And right now, Anwar, I can see the 501 rider of that he put up against nobody. They're playing games. They're caught up with this race right now. They have 6 minutes to bring the car to the front, and there are no opportunities, no time for these playing right now. I think Joshua is really closer to 45 seconds, going on a minute in front of them. That's my estimation. And so there's even some work to close in. So you're absolutely right. There is no time for playing games. Oscar did look very strong in that group. He looked very comfortable. So did Giovanni. And we can see that the young group by Julio Padilla, defending champion in Guatemala, he now has shown up. And his other 2 riders have fallen up, and they have probably totally been on the stage, down on the stage, trying to catch up with Joshua Kelly. For those of you on the road trying to identify the riders, Julio Padilla is wearing blue. The board is Guatemala. He has a yellow helmet, and his Julio Padilla. The 501 rider, I tell them not for the yeah. Zero. Both of them are there. And then, of course, Giovanni Lopez.
Okay.
One. Yeah. Yeah,
Man, I can't believe this, man. This Listen, on the get audio for me.
Again, it is drop, no drop. Again, no. Okay. Yes, cycling fans, we're back out here on the Clark's Price Highway. We are with the 4 leaders. Sean can't have been detached from this group. Sean can't have been detached from this. We are here with the 4 leaders. Hassan Hennessy, John DeLong, Marlon Castillo, and Baron Pope. 2 Belize and 2 foreigners here out here on the George Price Highway as we are in the village of I think this is Tea Kettle. We're in the village of Tea Kettle. We just come out of Antaro. We're in the village of Tea Kettle, heading towards Belmont Pond area. The fans are cheering on these riders. It's getting hot. A lot of riders will succumb to this brutal temperature today out here on the George Price Highway. There is Byron Pope, very focused. We are with the Tech course, the front of the race, folks. 4 lead riders, number 89, number 97, number 50, and number 20. John Nalang, Marlon Castillo, Byron Pope, and Hassan Hennessy all out front, some serious minutes ahead of any close rival. But what we don't see, who is not here? The Valvoline 501. They are missing from this group, folks, but they are in. They have their back against the wall because I don't know if they want to chase and bring back the Guatemalans to all guys. Their fans servicing the riders out here. This is beautiful to see the fans, showing their support, servicing the riders, giving them water. Out here it's very hot, and if you don't put in liquid, you will succumb to some brutal elements out here on the George Price Highway in the 92nd running of the whole Saturday cross-country event.
Can you hear me, Liz? Can you hear me?
On the front, John DeLong, followed by Marlon Castillo, followed by Byron Pope and Mr. Hennessy. 4 lead riders, the Tech course, folks, out here on the George Price Highway as we're passing through the village of Tea Kettle, heading back to the city in this monster event. This race that
can you hear me, Liz?
was pulled up 2 years in a row by the COVID. And it's back now. We are back. Let's look at the fans. Look at the fans. Look at the fans cheering on the riders. Marlon Castillo on the pace.
Are you hearing me?
Take over shortly.
Yes, I can hear
Fall
you.
rider.
Okay, I can hear you too. So we look like we're back up.
Skyline rider. And
yes,
Mr.
we are.
Hennessy,
Bonus is live.
Hassan Hennessy looking smooth.
I can hear him and I'm seeing him too.
Going to be inclined
so
here.
we have to.
These guys are working good together. The
Perfect.
2 younger riders dropped. Earlier, we saw young Eric Chop was detached from the field just out, from the lead group just outside of San Ignacio, and later on Sean Cad, who did a hell of a lot of work earlier, he had succumbed also too, but they have done their job. They have pried the gap open so that our boys could do well. Yes, a pleasant good day to one and all. Thank you for joining live out here on the George Price Highway. This is the technical, of course, the front of the race. 4 riders, 4 strong riders, 4 diesel men. Hassan Hennessy, John DeLong, Marlon Castillo, and Byron Pope all out front. They are looking good. John DeLong out of his saddle, dragging on that huge gear, and he is concentrated, he is focused, and he is heading, they are heading towards Belpan. Here's the fan clapping, cheering on the riders in this Holy Saturday cross-country event, this beautiful event, this yearly event. And like I said, 2 years, we didn't have race, but the fans have came out in the thousands, folks, in the thousands. I know fans in the rest of Belize who is tuning to their television, their phone, in the US, all over the world, even in Europe, I understand. They are tuning in to this grand event, the whole Saturday cross-country cycle race. It's a monster of a race, 140 miles of grueling pedal action out here on the George Price Highway. We are in the village of Kamalote, just coming out of Tea Kettle. So we're just a few miles from Rolling Creek, and then we head towards the city. And I can feel the wind picking up, the heat is picking up, the sun is bearing down on us. The Tech course, the front of the race, folks. Look at the beautiful machines, look at the beautiful kits, and these riders, they are looking good. Gotta take a little drink. And Castillo and the front taken over by Byron Pope, by Mr. Hassan.
7 men in search of 5 men who have been out there from very early in the morning. Sean Codd, as we mentioned, attacked at mile 10. A really long breakaway for Sean Codd. His attack mate was Eric Trapp, has already been dispatched. Eric Trapp, I imagine, is way behind now, perhaps caught already by the peloton. But right now, Sean Codd still out in front. He and Eric Trapp were later caught by John DeLong and Hassan Hennis, Byron Pope, and Marlon Castillo. And right now, the situation on the road, we need a time check. But the situation on the road is 5 men out in front who have been in it for a long while. 7 men chasing who have just begun their work for the day.
This race is between these 12 men, and this will be decided amongst these 12 men. I don't think Sean Codd is going to be able to go the distance, Alan. You and I differ on that. I've been done a valiant effort. He's been out there a long while, but I just the endurance to complete this at the front.
Anwar, Sean Codd is a bad man. These 12 riders, the 5 in front, the 7 chasing, are all bad men. But I'm telling you, the pedal stroke that you're looking at with Sean Codd, that is his pedal stroke. It's his normal pedal stroke. He has a little sideways twist in his pedal stroke. The man is looking good, and he has shown himself in the last 3 or 4 months to be a strong rider and, in fact, a dominant rider.
Well, that is left to be seen. I saw him earlier in the race, and I thought he looked quite different, but we will see exactly what happens. Sean, as I called it, folks, we are passing Sean Codd. Sean Codd has been dropped from the front group of 5. Alan, what say you now?
Destruction in the brake. Actually, so now there are only 4 riders up front. And indeed, Sean Codd, his early work, he was out there earlier than all the rest. His initial attack mate got dropped several miles ago, and now it's Sean Codd's turn. He could also be dropping back to help Giovanni Lovell. He could have gotten word to say, go back and help Giovanni Lovell. Although that
wishful thinking.
That's probably not what happened. You don't give up a 6-minute lead and go back in search of a second group. So now we have 4 men up front. Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope, the Belizean, Hassan Hennis, and John DeLong, the foreigners. John DeLong hailing from the United States, and Hassan, the Anguillan, who actually races in the United States. But there are 4 men up front, and I'm sure the gap is dwindling away. We're getting closer to them. But Anwar, I would suggest that the gap is going to be getting closer and closer, and these guys in the back probably catch them before we enter Belize City.
I do agree. I think they are going to catch them before we enter Belize City. I understand that there's a significant traffic accident at Harmonyville that just came in to me, and so that I understand the road is blocked, so that could present some challenges, and I hope the officials are able to address that, and that folks are exercising caution here on the George Price Highway today. We've seen quite a bit of accidents and loss of life leading up to the race. And so we are praying for safety out here today, and that everybody makes it in safely in one piece.
Yes, indeed. And since you mentioned it, Anwar, I would just like to once again offer condolences to the family and partner and friend of Edison Usher. He was a teammate of mine in the 90s, way back in the 90s. Edison was a teammate of mine. He was a team, He was a manager and coach for the West Track team, and he was recently riding with PAL, the Furnished Apartments Limited. Edison, as most Belizeans are aware, passed away in an accident on his way to the ladies cross-country race last year, along with another cycling fan, his motorbike driver, Kadim Banks. And there was also a Belizean American training in Los Angeles who passed away recently while training for the cross-country, hit by a car while riding his bike. American, Belizean American, I believe, was in the Army, in the U.S. Army, by the name of Brian Martinez. Our condolences go out to all three of them
and their families. We are approaching the lead group of 4. They are just coming into Roaring Creek. So if you're at home, come on out to witness this historic event. That lead group of 4 consists of Marlon Castillo, Hassan Hennis, out of Anguilla. He's the Anguillan national champion, John DeLong, and Byron Pope. Alan, I will make another prediction. John DeLong is a strong man, but from the way he's been pedaling out here, I think it's going to be difficult for him to be a force to reckon with in the latter part of the race.
He's been putting in too much work. And right now, you know, the strong men in the race appear to be Hassan Hennis and Byron Pope. But still, 4 men out front, it is still a significant gap. And so, you know, hopefully we do get a time check from the officials. I'll try and take a time check myself in case we don't get one from the officials.
The officials sent a time check 4 minutes ago of 6 minutes and 11 seconds to Joshua Kelly, 7:20 to the chase group. Peloton. That has now changed, and Joshua Kelly and the chase group have combined, and I estimate that gap is right around 5 minutes. That's
what I agree with you. I believe the gap is down now to in the range of about 5 minutes. And right here at the top of Roaring Creek, we're at the West Star gas station, mile 49 on the highway. Right now, they have enough road in front of them in order to bridge a 5-minute gap. They have the legs too, in the likes of Julio Padilla, Josh Kelly, Oscar Quiros, Giovanni Lovell, Nation Izagiri. There is Jocelyn Chavaria Jr. And lastly, the 7th man in that group, Richard Santiago, the one they call State Legs. Today he has cross-country legs.
Cross-country legs, Richard. Richard has been in the sport for quite some time, and he has shown up before in big races, although he has not won one of these classics. He's definitely been a force to reckon with. If we come down in the same configuration and this chase group catches up to the lead group, I think as a country we are looking to Giovanni and Oscar versus Julio Padilla, the defending champion, and Joshua Kelly, the Caribbean world champion.
Yeah, and right now I am getting additional news that indeed 2 large trucks have collided on the highway. It may be across the highway, making it difficult for cyclists to pass. So if any of the officials are listening in to our broadcast, I know they may be, because the entire nation tunes in to Love FM for cross-country coverage, including officials, fans, servicemen alike. Listen to us to get the news. There is a huge accident that could pose a problem with passage of the race at that particular spot, and so the officials may need to figure a way to get the riders through that point. And I don't know if it'll involve. We are not there, so we don't know exactly how bad it is. I don't know if it will involve the riders having to actually go on the gravel. But certainly we are getting the news that there is a major accident on the road near mile 41 or 42 that could pose a problem for the passage of the race at that point?
Yeah, fortunately, I think the race is sufficiently splintered where at least the front groups will be able to navigate that if it is not cleared in some sort of way. But that again presents an opportunity, right? Somebody might attack at that point and take advantage of that mishap, which is all a part of racing. Protect yourself at all times.
That's right. We are still here at the top of the double hill in Roaring Creek, waiting for the arrival of these 7 chasers, Anwar, and the gap is huge. We're going to have to leave them, start heading up to the front. But I don't know if it is quite the 6 minutes that we were led to believe.
No, I think they're shaving it down and it's under 5, and I really see that front group being caught primarily because of the firepower in this chase group of Julio Padilla, specifically Oscar Quiroz, Giovanni Lovell, and Jocelyn Chavarria. The Chavarria family, Alan, quite an interesting family, a storied cycling family, much like the Catuses and the Williams brothers. It's a family sport. It's a family event.
Oh yes, definitely. And actually, hailing from Georgeville, at the mouth of the mountain Pine Ridge, actually the elder Jocelyn Chavarria has brought out many cyclists. There's a Chavarria cycling team where he develops his daughters ride, and he develops the juniors. He tries to bring out the juniors in that area, and they have performed very well. And it's a testament to my old friend, Jocelyn Senior.
Jocelyn Senior, big up yourself wherever you are. Shout out to Ordonez Bike Shop. Shout out to all you, the fans. It's Love FM, News and Music Power. We'll take a short break and be right back.
All right.
Thank
you very much there, Anwar and the crew. That's right. It's Love FM, Steve Benedict, Auto Sales, A team. And we just heard from the Compul. The Compul called into our studio, and Karen conveyed to us that the police is on the scene of that.
Marlon Castillo, Byron Pope, look at the sea of people, look at the sea of people riding the highway, look at the fun steering here, clapping on there. They are screaming their throat out for our local heroes on the whole Saturday cross country cycle race, held every year on whole Saturday. This monster event. Some party and madness.
You're back up, please. We're hearing you.
4 leaders here. Some serious minutes ahead of the main field. Marlon Castillo and the base folks. The tarmac is on fire. As we see John DeLong here waving for service. The neutral service will pull up and John DeLong waving his bottle. He needs service. Yes, folks, John DeLong on the front is Hassan Hennessy. He's followed by Marlon Castillo. But it was praying for,
You're live, please.
Here, Byron Pope, Marlon Castillo. He rides for the fall cycling team. DeLong is North Carolina, getting his service here from the service vehicle. He's drinking a lot of water, taking on fuel for the remainder of this whole event out here on the George Price Highway. And the Saturday cross country cycle race in 90 seconds.
Welcome to Design Depot, home of Sherwin-Williams Paint. Sherwin-Williams Paint is one of the most reputable paints in the industry, known for its superior quality, durability, and environmentally friendly technology.
Shining bright.
Roger.
I can feel the heat on the motorcycle. Imagine what these riders are going through to have to pedal all the way to San Ignacio and back 140 miles of fuel in
Ulis.
pain out here, production here, and he's just turning over his pedal looking smooth. This man will be dangerous. He's a serious sprinter. Saw him sprint, saw him perform in the DR. He's putting an ice pack in his back. He's been serviced by Kaliman Williams. So that tell me something, Mr. Hennessy is here to win. Mr. Hennessy is here to win. He's from the Caribbean, he's from Anguilla. Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope are only two Belizean up front. A heavyweight is on their shoulder to bring back home the garland. Salman Williams. Look at Mr. Hennessy. He has his bar in his hand. Byron Pope, Marlon Castillo, John DeLong. Yes, there's an accident somewhere among that party. There's an extension prize coming right up there. There's the official waving his flag. Let me see who will get a prize. Yes, we are informed of a RTA, an accident at mile 40, close to where our heroes, or brothers, had their accident just a week ago. There is John DeLong on the pace, followed by Marlon Castillo, followed by Baron Pope and Mr. Hassan Hennessy out of Anguilla. These guys are the head of the race, the technical course, and they are heading towards the city. I can feel the heat, the wind that is blowing. I can feel the heat off the tarmac. It's very hot. Here comes the riders. Here comes the forward. Marlon Castillo on the front. He's looking back. Byron Pope taking over the pace. Yes, Mr. Hennessy looking good. Have a smile on his face. John DeLong looking composed. Huge gear. He's out of his saddle jogging. Marlon Castillo. Yes, Marlon Castillo looking good. Reaching to his pocket. Taking out a bar to eat. Byron pull off the pace. Mr. Hennessy turning up and out. He have a high cadence. This is the 92nd running of the whole Saturday cross country event, folks. I hope you guys are enjoying this race. Like I said, two Belizean, two foreigners up front. Yeah, he's passing by. Yeah, police is just heading to the scene of the accident. Yes, we understand there was an RTA shot while ago. The police is heading to that, and we are heading towards that. 4 riders out front in the annual Holy Saturday Cross Country Cycling Race. On the front is John DeLong. He's followed by Marlon Castillo, Mr. Hassan Hennessy and Byron Pope, all out front, folks. This is the technical course. This is the front of the race. I can feel the heavy headwind. These guys are, and look at the gear that John DeLong is pushing. He's cranking up a huge gear. Marlon Castillo have a smooth cadence. The person with the smoothest cadence right now is Mr. Hennessy. He's spinning over up there and he's looking smooth, he's looking composed. Byron looking good. The weight is on the shoulder of these guys. They go all the way to the city. So there will definitely be some fireworks coming up. I'm not sure what's going on at the back. Or if the Balcony boys are coming across with up with the Guatemalans. But definitely they will have to do a whole lot of work to return to the front of the race, the Tech Della course. Yes, we are here with the leaders, the 4 leaders of the day. John DeLong on the front, focus, his eyes fixed on the highway. Marlon Castillo, they look pretty smooth. I don't see any suffering in the face. Byron Book, they're all focused. And Mr. Asani, really strong folks. He's looking really strong today out here on the field, on the pace, followed by Mark. There seems to be a bad accident at my.
Go ahead and say. Want to go in and block the road.
Oh my.
So you have to neutralize the race and go around. Half of the road.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure. I don't want to say too much. Like, there was two ahead that was involved with a ground collision or something, and they are completely blocking the road. So started up here. So the race may completely neutralize or they may go up the road. So they are going like this. There's a huge accident, a massive accident. Up the highway, we don't want to handle anything, but like I said, we look for safety and to the safety of each driver. As we head to the village of Country, the 4 leaders, the Dandalang, Balan Castillo, Balan and Mr. Hassan out of Umbrella, riding the 4 monster guys, big diesel, as we call them. And Mr. Hennessy, he's fueling up, he's taking on his bar, he's eating, he's making sure he stays hydrated and he's drinking his liquid. He has just eaten his bar. Hopefully, I'm trying to see number 50, right 14 fall, and Dandalang number 89 out of North Carolina. He came out of the pole in this brutal heat, but he's doing his thing. Dandalang, no stranger to the Belize cycling events. He's been here umpteen times, taking part in this cross country along with his teammate. He's all alone today as he jabs heavy headwind, folks. A beautiful day out here on the George Price Highway as we head towards the city in this monster event, the 92nd running of the Holy Saturday cross country cycle race. I'm being driven by my favorite driver who takes me and always try taking good care of me, Mr. Wilbert Banks. His brother, I said, lost his life last week. trying to bring live coverage of the female event. But we know both himself and Edison Usher is looking down on us. They're looking down on us and they're cheering on the riders. They're cheering on us. Huh? Yes. So we are passing through the village of Country. We are passing through the village of Cotton Tree. 4 lead riders out front. The fans are giving them water. Byron Pope just received in the water. And they are showing themselves. Look at it. That's what fans are. Fans are great fans. They are Quint on the balsams and trying to hand off water to these guys to keep them cool, keep them hydrated. This is some serious heat out here on the highway, on the George Price Highway as we head towards the city for this monster race, the Holy Saturday cross country race, held every year on Holy Saturday. We are shortly approaching. Yes, we're passing through the village of Cotton Tree, heading towards the city. 4 riders out front in the annual Holy Saturday cross country race, folks. This race has been blown to smithereens. Bodies all over the tarmac. Riders abandoning. I saw a lot of riders off their bikes, so I know they have definitely succumbed to the brutal pressure of this race. 140 miles of grueling pacing out here on the George Price Highway. John DeLong snatching water from a fan, and he is showing himself, keeping him cool. Needs to keep cool out here with his treacherous terrain. Look at Mr. Hennessy, look at his cadence. Mr. Hennessy look nice and smooth. He's spinning a low gear and he's just cranking it over, while John Lang is in a much bigger gear. John DeLong out of his saddle. I know the pain you're feeling, you're suffering. Marlon Castillo.
Let's go to the comments here.
As the race progresses, John DeLong still pacing for Long. John DeLong and Marlon Castillo, I think from the very start of this move, Marlon Castillo has been on the wheel of John DeLong and he has stayed there.
We've just received word that the accident has been clear, so we have the all clear, and that's good news for cycling, good news for the motorcade that is a part of the race, officials, service people, media, and what have you. So we hope that there are no more accidents on our way into Belize City as we are about to crest a little small hill here at about mile 41. 40 is John DeLong on the pace, followed by Marlon Castillo, followed by Byron Pope, followed by Hassani Hennis, and that is the group out here. They are riding at a pretty consistent clip, maybe about 22, 23 miles an hour in the breeze, which is quite significant, but they are looking good. It's interesting that Marlon is here, Alan.
Marlon has held up well. There were a lot of doubters in the peloton. Actually, talking in the peloton was that Marlon needed another year in this comeback to really be a force, especially in a race of this magnitude, a race of this distance. Marlon has proven those doubters wrong, and very, very wrong. There have been doubters for Byron Pope as well, who have talked about him being on the downslope of his career. Talk of Byron having had his best days in the distant past. That is turning out also to be not very true. John DeLong, a usual name. Whenever he comes in the past few years, his name has been called in the races. He seems, again, I mentioned, to be getting better with age. Here he is again. Doesn't seem to be very explosive, though, Anwar. He has a slower pedal stroke. And I suspect he is strong as an ox, but maybe not fast as a cheetah.
I totally agree. John is doing a lot of the yeoman's work along with Hassani, which is good. Hassani is the by invitation, and he's a teammate on the Miami Blazers cycling team of Joshua Kelly, who is the Caribbean national champion, and they are in the back. Byron is also looking very good, smooth pedal stroke, just tucking in, and they're saving energy. Marlon and Byron are our best hopes from this group. In fact, our only local hopes. So it's two foreigners in the lead, which would be
from Anguilla races in Miami. He's been racing in the United States for several years, so he is an experienced rider. And we're gonna check now. We're gonna see exactly what's happening with those chasers in the back. Again, 8 riders trying to catch up with these 4 front runners, Anwar, and certainly the race is among these 12. The rest of the peloton, the rest of the field, much further back.
Absolutely, Alan. As I said, my top 2 picks in this front group would have to be Byron and Marlon. And, well, Hassani is strong. He is looking good. I don't really see John winning the race, but I think the other 3 are certainly contenders. And then in the chase group of 8, I am favoring Oscar Giovanni, the Padilla reigning champion, Julio, as well as Joshua Kelly. That's the lineup that I see right now. We just passed that accident with 2 trucks on the side of the highway. Hopefully there was no loss of life, but the trucks significantly damaged.
Yeah, it's a bad mess. It's a bad wreck. But Anwar, I suggest that we take a break and try and get a time check. Armin, what do you say? We take a break, get a time check so that we can.
Service, John Melang, and Mr. Hennessy. Mr. Hennessy, a small gap of open Byron Pope, quickly to go across it, so that the small gap. Asking the high getting of Mr. Hennessy. This guy knew what it is. He waited the elbow, and Byron Pope take over the pace. A massive gap. Byron went back to the service. Back for the service. Here is Chandelang. We have come up back up front. Here is Mr. Hennessy. Chandelang have a funny style. His legs is all stretched out when he's on his foot. Byron pull off the pace. Chandelang on the pace. Here the win. It's a serious headwind close. Serious headwind. Heading into the city. We are approaching 39. We shot way past the bridge. The Beaver Dam Bridge here. And we have 3 riders here, man. Castillo is making the back, back for services, making back out front. We have 2 riders have been shed because there were 6 riders, Sean Todd and Young Arizona have been dropped from the field a while back. So we are up front. Must be the police for the cycle coming. 4 riders out front. As we cross the Beaver Dam Bridge, the ambulance. It's a lead police vehicle here. Yes, folks line the highway. To cheer on the riders in this monster event, the whole Saturday cross country event here on the George Price Highway.
Can you hear me, Earth, please? Testing, please.
4 riders out front. 4 riders out front. On the front, Jandalang, followed by Marlon Castillo, Byron Pope, and Mr. Hassan Hennessy. Everyone out with their phones. The race have been blown to smithereens, folks. The race have been blown to smithereens. 4 riders up front, 4 riders up front. Marlon
Yeah, we get
Can you
her
hear
till
me?
4 night, do the same thing.
Byron Pope, John DeLong, and
Can you hear me?
Hassan Hennessy. The 4 lead riders, the Beck de la Force, they are all the way up front.
I did hear doing it.
We're here with the 4 leaders in today's event. 4 leaders. Byron Pope looking good, the West Rock service vehicle there. Young Terry. Who to go? Who to go? Who to go? Okay. So we get word that the gap have closed a bit 4 minutes plus though. We have Padilla is in that group, Oscar Quiros, Joshua Kelly, and other riders in that group coming up. So it's a gap of about 4 minutes and change. Let us see if they will close it down. We just got word. Yes, that's 4 minutes. It's a gap. This 4 lead riders, Dan DeLong on the front, followed by Marlon Castillo and Hassan Hennessy out here on the George Price Highway as we head towards Belize in the 92nd running of the whole Saturday cross country cycle race, folks. A beautiful day for racing. It's very tortuous. It's very hot out here. To cover this event live into your living room, at the beaches, wherever you are. Fans all over the world, probably over 100,000 people tuning in on the live of this monster event, the annual Holy Saturday cross country event that started about 6 o'clock this morning, started at BTL Park, and actually started as testing import, and as soon as the gun was fired, the riders were on a massive speed heading up the highway. As we just passed mile 38, we just passed mile 38, heading towards the city, folks. On the pace is Byron Pope, followed by Hassan, followed by John DeLong and Marlon Castillo. 4 riders up front. We'll try to get some time gap on the field behind, or the group behind. But as we head towards the city, the heat is burning on us, folks. The heat is burning on us. The wind is picking up. So this will be brutal. This will be brutal from here onwards. Definitely, we will have to
leave it up
fight to survive in this
my God,
treacherous condition on the
Alright,
Godfather
make it stay right there.
Highway.
Where we going?
Yes, as the riders get their service, we're heading to mile 37. On the front is Hassan, having a nice smooth cadence. He's turning over John DeLong, getting his service. Byron Pope sitting behind the wheel. Marlon Castillo just paid himself with some water. And Byron is out of his saddle, jogging, trying to... We are going to pass the Jaguar entrance in a short while. So the race have covered over close to 100 miles already. Almost 100 miles have been covered in this monster event. This race, this is a mad race, folks. You suffer like crazy. The wind is definitely picking up. Look at the trees. You know, they are bowing down to the riders. They are saluting the riders. laughing, shouting. Aaron Pope. Yo, 4 riders, 4. Big up. Shouting up my friends, Bernard's in the mile 37 mile post, I just passed mile 37, so 37 miles to go in this monster event. 4 riders passing us by. Marlon looking good, Marlon looking good. Like I said, he recently returned to training, shed a lot of weight on. He's proving that he is a monster, he's a diesel, he's behind the wheel of Asani. Asani looking good, John DeLong still fell that monster gear. Just behind the 4 leaders, just behind the 4 leaders in the 92nd running of the whole Saturday cross country event, the grueling event out here. Every Easter this race has been held, like I said, the past 2 years because of COVID situation. It was on lockdown, but it's back in full effect, it's back in full, and the race have blown to smithereens. Cyclists have abandoned. I know a lot of them have succumbed to the vicious elements out here, definitely, but on the front, Hassan, followed by Marlon Castillo, followed by John DeLong and Byron Pope. 2 Belizean riders, Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope, 2 foreigners in John DeLong and Hassan Hicks out of Angola. He look pretty smooth. Look at his cadence. He have a smooth cadence. Hassan have the smoothest cadence out here. So this insurance guy has some serious RPM. It's looking good. He's in this for the first time to take part in this monster event. Marlon Castillo on the pace. Marlon Castillo on the front, followed by John DeLong. This is no folks group. This is no joke. This is a monster event. This is a difficult race. You suffer. Your legs are screaming. Your lungs are screaming. Everything. As we head to this.
Can you hear me, Al?
So Marlon Castillo is getting service from the service with Marlon Castillo. He's getting service down the line.
50 seconds, Anwar, and unfortunately, both men who started the break, both Eric Trapp and Sean Codd, are no longer involved in either of the front 2 groups.
What a valiant ride by those guys. They started the break, they went early, they took a risk and tried their best to make it pay off, but that's a very, very difficult feat. Alan, this group of now 5 riders, is 7 riders, is playing games, and it's going to be difficult for them to close that gap. And what I mean by playing games is that people are dodging, putting in work. They're depending on the strongmen of the group, and I just don't see, without that type of coordination, them closing that gap.
You know, it's a very tricky situation for them, Anwar. You would think that they should all work hard to try and bridge that gap. But if they were to lose the race, if they were to bridge the gap and Josh Kelly or Julio Padilla win, then there will be a lot of criticism and say, well, why did the Belizeans help Josh Kelly and Julio Padilla catch up to the front just to win the race? They should have stayed back, let the foreigners do the work, and give Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope a chance to win. So they're caught in a catch-22. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Should they chase and give themselves a chance to win while working along with the 2 best, the top foreigners in the race? Or should they stay up foreigners in the pit are beatable than Julio Padilla and Josh Kelly.
I fully agree with that. But I think that these guys are not riding for Belize versus foreigners. They are riding for their teams, and they want the big W. And when you look at a contender like Giovanni Lovell, he doesn't have anybody up front. Even when you look at Oscar Requena, he doesn't have anybody. Oscar Quiros, he doesn't have anybody up front. The four up front are Marlon Castillo with Team Foul. Nobody representing him, no support in the back here. Hassani Hennis, the Anguilla national champion. We have John DeLong, who is the American riding unattached, and Byron Pope of West Track. So really, we have nobody in this group supporting that front group or not having any reason not to work apart from nationalism. And I believe they're riding for teams.
Yes, and that is what they're doing. They are working. They are rotating. They seem to be more coordinated now. They have gotten the time checks and they know the task in front of them, Anwar. And I think that in the last couple of miles, they seem to have picked up the pace. Actually, one of the reasons why they seem to have slowed down, if you look at the trees, you look at the tall grass on the edge of the road, hopefully that has served to straighten them up. But I really am excited about Marlon's prospects as well as Byron. They look very smooth on the front. I mean, if Marlon were to be able to pull this off today, it would be an amazing feat. What a combat. From nowhere, he comes to complete his absolutely spectacular resume, having dominated every other race in Belize in years past, and now to come back seemingly from out of the blue and to be able to contend at this level. What a champ. What a champ if he's able to win. And even without winning, let me tell you, Marlon Castillo.
The gap is still huge. So the gap is still huge. It seems like our champion will be out of this four in the front. If the crew doesn't get serious at the back, the champion will come from this group in front. Byron Pope, John DeLong, Hassan Hennessy and Marlon Castillo all out front. This is the front of the race, the Tech de la Course, folks. The 92nd running of the whole Saturday cross country race. Thanks all the fans who tune in from abroad, in Belize, all over the world. We want to send again a tribute out to our two fallen brothers, Eddie Usher and Kadeem. What's the gap?
Shit, no.
Let me see. Go the gap. Oh. The gap have balloon again. 6 minutes 49 seconds. 6 minutes 49 seconds. 6 minutes. Seven riders chasing, but there are some 6 minutes and 49 seconds behind. That's huge, folks. That's very huge. 7 riders chasing, but there are some 6 minutes, 49 seconds behind. That's a lot of ground to make up in this heavy headwind. Yeah. Yes, like I was saying, we want to say, send our tribute out to our fallen brothers, Kadeem Banks and Eddie Vintage Usher, who will be right out here to help with the live streaming of this event. You guys are looking alongside us and you are cheering us on. I know they want us to continue. We want to also pay tribute to the Belize American Brian Martinez, who lost his life while it's such a sad time. But life is for real. We don't know what is held in the future for us. Like we just saw that accident on the road, massive accident. We come out of our house, we pray for a safe return. But life, we cannot tell the future. But right now we are on the John Price Highway heading towards the city. approaching mile 34. Mile 34 here on the George Price Highway. 4 riders out front. We understand 7 riders.
Willan, what is his name? Hassani Hennis.
Hassani
Yeah,
Hennis.
these 4 men, they've been out for a very long time. And they don't seem to be going as fast as the chasers. But they do have a huge gap. So the question is if they have enough road in front of them, or if the men behind have enough road to catch these 4. But certainly, Anwar, the guys coming from behind are coming at a faster pace.
They are coming at a faster pace, but these guys certainly have the wherewithal. They've been out here all day to continue to be consistent, and all they have to do is just tip it up a little bit. We can see the grimace on their face. Byron Pope is on the front right now as the brake is flogging him, but he continues to move forward with his head cocked on one side. Behind him is John DeLong, strong as ever, and then Hassani Hennis has been a total marvel out here today. His form has been great, and he looks like he is handling this. He is handling this with class. We just got a time check at 6:49, but I don't think that is accurate because the time check that we did was around the same time, and it is clear that the chasers have gained some ground.
Yeah, and among these 4, Anwar, since the last time we were here to view them, the one man who does appear to be suffering, and you can see it in his face, the grimace, is the aforementioned Marlon Castillo. He's a strong man though, but he does look as if he is suffering a bit, but we'll see what happens. And getting back to the Marlon Castillo story, he's ridden a lot of the elite races since January, and he has tested himself. He has tested himself against the new wave of young, powerful, mostly Kaya riders, mostly guys from the Georgeville, Belmopan, and San Ignacio area, and it hasn't been a good test for him. He has tested them, and they've answered all the questions that he posed to them, and they came out with the flying colors, while Marlon Castillo, the teacher, the professor, the diesel, is the one who in all these earlier races had suffered and failed badly. Today, it's been twisted, it's been turned upside down. Marlon Castillo is the one now who is teaching these boys, but he does look as if after now 110 miles already on the bike with about 30 to go, just over 30 to go, he does look to be suffering a bit.
He is suffering a bit. You can see it from his head position, which was on the side, but I think he's pumping too much of a heavy gear. That is going to tire him. I know you said that's his style, and I know that is his style indeed. We've ridden together many times. We've done hours and hours of training together in years past, but I think that is a fundamental problem that's going to tell on him in the last part of the race. Byron, by contrast, is looking extremely good. And Byron, again, is another amazing story of persistence and talent. A guy who has not been as successful as Marlon, but has shown up in every big race in the country. And now, today might be the time for Byron to get his flowers in the ultimate event that Belize puts forward.
A very consistent rider. Folks, we're going to take a break and come back with more action. In the meantime, still the story, 4 men out front. They've been out front for a very long time, for about 90 miles now.
We have some 32 miles left in this event, some 32 miles left in this event. And here comes the riders, Byron Pope on the pace, followed by John DeLong. San Ignacio and Marlon Castillo getting their service. That's a station prize, that's a station prize. Marlon looking good, Marlon looking good. John DeLong on the pace, John DeLong on the pace, followed by Hassan, followed by Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope. The Tech Della course, the front of the race, folks. We're headed into the city. A lot of heavyweights is on the shoulder of Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope. A lot of people are depending on these two guys. If nobody make it back to, if he doesn't make it back here and change the game plan, these four guys will walk away in the top 4 position today. There's another station prize at mile. At Cheers, the official is waving the prize. Hassan will take that prize because these guys are not fighting for the prize. They just ride through. They don't sprint, but just ride through to keep this train going. Four riders up front. You can see the chase back coming behind you. This is the Tech Della course, the 4 riders out front. As we pass the Cheers, put off. What is this place in here, Mams? What is village name? Huh? What? Oh, Mahogany Heights, yeah. So shortly we'll pass the entrance to the Mahogany Heights. Shortly we'll pass into the Mahogany Heights and head into the city, folks. We're heading towards the city. We have completed over 100 plus miles already. I'm not sure John DeLong is detached a bit. I'm not sure if he's detached or he's getting service. John DeLong. There's another station prize here. You can see the fans here, the row of the fans here at the junction of Mahogany Heights. Fans cheering on, all the fans cheering on. Honestly, everybody cheering on. 4 leaders, Byron Pope on the front, followed by Hassan, followed by Marlon Castillo and John DeLong stretching his legs. Still 30 plus miles to go. 30 brutal miles out here on the George Price Highway, folks. Look how smooth Hassan, look how smooth this guy look. He's spinning a high cadence against his headwind. Marlon Castillo, Byron Pope and John DeLong. These are our 4 leaders. I don't see no suffering in the face of the guys. The person with the calmest is Hassan. He has a face. Oh, you see, he looks fresh. Marlon Castillo on the face. And here comes Byron Pope and John DeLong. As we approach the junction of the coastal road, John DeLong is making back. He went back for service and he's making back to the 3 riders that were in front of him. Byron Pope on the pace, followed by Hassan, followed by John DeLong and Marlon Castillo. This is the Tech Della course. We're heading into the city, folks. The heat is on, I can feel it. Like I've been barbecued. Just imagine these guys out here riding their hearts out on this event, this 140 plus mile race or so, which will come to a conclusion at the BTL Park. I know the fans will be out there in large, cheering on the riders. I know a lot of fans will be on the boulevard along the course. As we enter, we shortly will pass the entrance to the coastal road. Douglas Lamb servicing his rider. Byron Pope just lost a ball over that bump as we pass the coastal junction. The fans are waving, Look at the sea of fans. Look at the sea of fans. They are all cheering for all riders. They are all trying for the cyclists. Both the riders. There's an station prize there. Done the long adaptation prize. Shortly we will head up the little climb to the zoo, to the Belize Zoo, with our 4 lead riders out here on the George Price Highway, folks. Look at the line of people, look at the line of people heading on to their recreational spot. A long line of people, a lot of people heading to their destination for this Easter. We are with the Golden Statue cross country race, the 92nd running of this monster event, folks, as we head towards the city. John DeLong on the pace, followed by Marlon Castillo, followed by... Okay. Huh? Oh. Yes, as we head up this little climb here at the zoo, on the front is John DeLong. He's out of his saddle, jogging. Marlon Castillo on his wheel. Byron Pope. The pace up slowed considerably. Yes, this is brutal, and the riders are giving their all to try to make it back to the city after doing over. Okay. Bumpy wheel? Yes, as we head towards the city, as we head towards the... So it seems like Asani back has a rear wheel flat. His wheel is going down, so he will get service shortly. But he's here still. Let's go ahead with the group, the 4 lead riders. Hassan has a flat back wheel. Will continue to ride until he reach. Until they got the vehicle. I can see the vehicle pulling off, and they will take out his spare bike and they will pass it over to Asani. These riders won't take advantage of him. They realize that he has a mechanical, so they will wait on him until he changes that wheel. So they are taking out his bike. And he will make the change here. He's coming off his bike and making the change. He's making the change. It will be a quick change, but the riders ain't taking advantage of it. So here he's off his bike, he's back on his spare bike, and they are pushing off. Kaliman William pushing off Hassan. Yes, that's a quick change. That's what we call a quick change. He's back on his other machine, and he will return.
Okay, folks, reporting.
So the lead pack. Look at the cadence. This guy looks smooth. So he has returned. That was a quick change, and he's back. He's back up front. Hassan had a back wheel function, and now he's on his spare bike. Byron Pope, John DeLong, and Marlon Castillo. This is the technical forces in the front of the race.
Junior Chab, Nation is Gary.
So 4 riders out front, 4 riders out front. As we pass mile 29, folks heading towards the city, folks.
Behind, and a further 5 seconds or so, about 10 bike lengths or so behind Josh Kelly is Nation Izagiri, Richard Santiago, and Jocelyn Chavarria. And there goes Nation, making a move to get back to the front. Santiago gets dropped. States leg. Richard Santiago is getting dropped. The other 2 men move up and try to catch Josh Kelly. These guys now, they realize they have to go all out. They cannot just stay together and rotate. It's going to be hard from here all the way through to the finish Anwar.
Alan, the gap that I clocked between Marlon, Hassani, John, and Byron and this group is still hovering around 6 minutes. A difficult gap to close. They closed about 50 seconds. The time gap before that was at 6:50. Now they're at 6 minutes. Richard Santiago, folks, unable to respond, falling off the back. And we see Joshua Kelly about maybe 10 seconds in front of him, along with Nation and Jocelyn Chavarria, trying to get back in front to the other group, which is now about 20-25 seconds in front of them, led by Julio Padilla, Oscar Quiros, and Giovanni Lovell. I do not think this is going to last. I do not think that this Joshua Kelly-led group in the back here of 3 are going to make contact with Padilla, Lovell, and Quiros in the front, Alan.
Yeah, it looks as if those 3 riders that have gone about their business, just Oscar Quiros and Giovanni Lovell, Julio Padilla, they are the strongest among the chasers, and the tone that they're setting is a tone to try and bridge 6 minutes, and I think the ones left behind, they appear to be spent. The ones who are behind appear to have nothing left in their legs to make a serious push, a serious chase, and so probably knew that he did not want to sprint with the Barbadian, and he picked it up, and right now the chase is seriously on, with Belize really the 2 heavy favorites, Oscar and Giovanni Lovell, and their whole favorites coming in.
They are holding the wheel of Julio Padilla. I think Joshua Kelly actually has an incentive not to work because his teammate, his Miami Blazers teammate in the form of Hassani Hennis, is actually in the front lead group of 4. Folks, that front lead group is Marlon Castillo, Hassani Hennis, John DeLong, and Byron Pope. We are now at the La Democracia junction, and we are right behind. We are right behind the chase group as we make our way to Belize City. We can see that in the distance, Oscar Quiros, Giovanni Lovell, and Julio Padilla, the defending champion from Guatemala, are making their way, trying to close that 6-minute gap. Will they be successful? It is anyone's guess. It depends on how the group in front rides. But right now, it's a battle and a battle royale.
It'll be a battle of attrition. And right now, the ones who have fallen behind, again, Justin Chavarria, Nation, Izagiri, Richard Santiago, and Barbadian Joshua Kelly. The ones who are now putting, all effort in, pedal to the metal. That is Oscar Quiros and Giovanni Lovell, along with the defending champion. Yes, Julio Padilla. He's not giving up. None of those 3 are giving up. They are really driving it now. They've opened at least a 40-second gap on the other 4. So it is now 4 men in front being chased by 3. Perhaps coming into the race, we would look at these along with Josh Kelly as the top men in the race. And on this straightaway now, we've passed the zoo. Anwar, they can see the breakaway in front of them. And this is the first time in hours that they can actually see the breakaway in front of them. The break is way in the distance, but they can finally see it. And that will breathe life into them. They can see the break, they can see the flashing lights of the police vehicle turning the corner there at mile 26, while Oscar Quiros paces them at mile 28. It is still a big gap, a significant gap, but they can see them, and that makes a difference.
That does make a huge difference, and this is when the difference in physical conditioning is going to show. I think that the riders in the front, with the exception of Hassani and Byron, are in less physical condition than this chase group. Giovanni looks excellent. His body is slim and trim. He's moving well on his bike. His pedal stroke is absolutely perfect. So is Julio Padilla, the Guatemalan, the current cross-country champion. Oscar, again, in fine physical form, pedal stroke looking perfectly as they barrel down the George Price Highway into a headwind, just passing the mile 28 post.
I think all 3 look excellent. All 3 look very fresh, and all 3 are matching each other's pace. They are doing what they need to do. They should have done this maybe an hour ago, maybe 10 or 15 miles ago at least. They should have started chasing in this manner, but better late than never. These three men, they certainly have picked up the pace significantly, and they are closing that gap, Anwar.
This is a perfect time for this move, Alan. I don't think they should have moved earlier. I think they left the front group in the front to fry. And the question is whether that front group has the physical conditioning to soldier on.
Julio Padilla on the pace in blue. Julio Padilla, the Guatemalan. He is the reigning champion, trying to defend his title, trying to be a two-time champion, matching what his older brother Alejandro has already accomplished. Oscar Quiros, the man who was really a favorite in 2020. He had won the New Year's Classic. He had won the Valentine's Tour. Or no, he did not win the Valentine's Tour. I believe he was in the top 5 in the Valentine's Tour, but he was the heavy favorite going into cross country, and then came the lockdown, and the race was not to be. And actually, Oscar Quiros has been waiting 2 years for this day. He felt cheated. He felt like a man cheated when COVID came and swept the planet and caused him not to be able to challenge Julio Padilla. Today he gets his chance.
Today he does get his chance. Oscar is in a fine position if they can close this gap. And what we're going to do is we're going to take another time check and let you know the gap in between this distance and the front running crew of Marlon Castillo, Hassani Hennis, John DeLong, and Byron Pope. Love FM, news and music power.
Belize City inviting everyone to make preparation to head to the DigiPark where this one will come to a finish. And if for some reason you can't make it out to the DigiPark, keep it out right here at Love FM, Love TV, and streaming on our Facebook page, Love FM News and Music Power, for the finish of this one. We're going to be back in just a few. We play some messages and say thanks to our sponsors. This is Love FM News and Music Power.
Grand event and other sponsors. On the front is Hassan turning up. Hassan is turning up. Followed by Marlon Castillo. Players have been increased. He's looking smooth. He's turning a high cadence. Marlon Castillo on his wheel. Dangalang and Baron Pope are out here on the George Price Highway, folks, as we head into the city. You can see the station price coming up in the distance. There is the official. Wait, let me see. Marlon might ride through for it. So Marlon Castillo seems like he will be riding through for the city. Here is the station prize coming up. Marlon Castillo will take this prize. We want to pick up Miss Rita Thompson too, who is giving some nice prizes. She has about 6 jerseys and 6 trophies. I think she have the youngest rider, the oldest rider, the most aggressive rider for the champion, for the King of the Hills. I don't know how we will share those prizes, but after we watch the feed, we will know exactly who these prizes will be made every day. Of course, you have to finish the race to win these prizes. But again, folks, we are out here on the George Price Highway as we head towards the city, just past mile 25. The heavy wind, I can feel the open plains. The wind is blowing in my face. The sun is bearing down on us. And these guys have to ride through all this at a certain pace. So we want to pay a big respect out to these riders who have come out to showcase their talent and ride this 140-mile road race here. This annual event, the 92nd running of the whole Saturday cross country race, the race that all the fans were looking for, looking towards, waiting for, couldn't get sleep. All the preparation, a lot of preparation in this event, and these guys are out here, some 24 miles from the finishing line at the BTL Park, where the fans, I guess, will start to, go out to see the conclusion of this monster event, folks. Yes, some 20-yard riders started this morning. And the race have been blown to smithereens, and we have 4 lead riders out front. We lost some speed through the western part of the country. Didn't see them reach Cayo. We started after them just outside of Cayo. But we are back, folks. We are here with the 4 lead riders on the George Price Highway. John DeLong on the front. He gives a little smile on his face. Huh? Much?
Past 20.
Oh.
7 something.
So it seems that the chase group have closed the gap. The chase group have closed the gap. It's some 5 minutes plus now to the from the chase group to this, and if they want to get if the chasers want a shot of this title, they will definitely have to step up the pace because we are just some 24 miles from the finishing line, and 5 minutes is still a serious gap to close in this heavy with these firepowers on front there. Mr. Hennessy on the front. I think he have got in the news that these guys are closing and he's on the front. Continue. Daniel Lang and his wheel, Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope. Here are the fans lining the highway. Here are the fans lining the highway, supporting the local and international riders in this grand event. Look at the long line of people. Here are the riders. Here are the cheers from the fans. The cheers from the fans. That's what I'm taking over the pace. They have to pick up the pace. They have to pick up the pace. You can see the body language, they are suffering right now. The body language showing that they are suffering. When you see their mouth open, you know that they are gasping for air out here on the George Price Highway. John DeLong on the pace, followed by Marlon Castillo, followed by Byron Pope, and Hassan Hennessy. 4 lead riders out here on the George Price Highway in the 92nd running of the Holy Saturday Cross Country Cycle Race. This race is a beast, it's brutal. If you are not prepared, you will succumb to all the punches and the attacks. Dan Nelang on the front, ball in his hand, taking a sip. Marlon Castillo, close down his wheel. Who is that again? Okay, so we understand that the 3 riders coming are Oscar, Padilla, and Giovanni Lovell. We are approaching the mile 23. Mile 23 here on the George Price Highway. Yes, out front, Asane putting a serious pace, and look at the pace of this gentleman. He is a monster, he's a powerhouse. He's followed by John DeLong, Marlon Castillo, and Byron Pope. He look nice and smooth. This guy is felt like a real pro. And his purpose, I don't see no suffering in his face. His body language is saying that he is fit, he is prepared for this big monster event. John DeLong and his wheel. Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope drinking some Gatorade or something. Big up to Byron Pope. He have proven that he have what it takes to keep along with the big guns. Fans are cheering, the fans are cheering on the cyclists as they head towards the city, where a sea of fans will be lining the roads, cheering riders on as they enter into the city.
continue to work together. Anwar, they continue to rotate the pace. John DeLong continues to pace for the longest whenever he's out there. And I don't know how it will play out. There are 3 men chasing from behind, but these guys still have a 5-minute, 20-second lead.
I see this race being at this point, if they are not caught, between Hassani and Byron. Marlon is not to be underestimated, but if he is to win, in my opinion, it would be difficult at a sprint with these other 2 guys. He will have to attack at some point between here at mile 22 and Belize City. And I would say the later the better. Probably up the 10 miles hill or up the 6 miles hill, or sometime between 6 Mile Post and Belize City.
You know, Marlon has a history of winning races. And he has a history of winning races against sprinters. And the way you win races when you can't sprint with someone is you let them go on the road. And I think Marlon knows what he needs to do. He has enough experience. He has far more than I. He's won many more races maybe than anyone else in this field, including Padilla and Josh Kelly and anyone else. He has won a lot of races in his career. He knows how to win. The question is,
he knows how to win.
The body. Is he physically strong enough to do what his mind tells him that he needs to do? Because I'm sure he knows what he needs to do. He needs to attack them and come solo. I can tell you, Anwar, in the recent Valentine's Tour, in the 100-mile Sunday Classic, the big race on Sunday, he made a late move. He made a late move with about 5 miles to go, and he held off the peloton for about 4 of those 5 miles. And he got caught, right on the button, and then finished in with the pack. But he is strong, and he knows what he has to do. The Valentine Classic was in the middle of February. It's 2 months later, and I'm sure all these moves he's done. In the Valentine's race, there was a race on the Hummingbird Highway. There was one that went to Blancano Lodge through the Mountain Pine Ridge, the newly paved road in the Mountain Pine Ridge. He has been testing himself to see what he's capable of and what his opponents are capable of. And I'm sure he'll be remembering all of this. And Marlon knows what he needs to do. I trust him. I think he'll be as serious a threat as Byron Pope.
I think he will be if he's able to do what you just described. And I certainly think he has the heart to do it. I am not sure about his condition just because of the short space of time in which he has come to that condition. I don't know how fully baked in it is, but it's definitely very much a possibility with the type of heart of a Marlon Castillo, and that is the heart of a champion.
And also the fact that this is a 140-mile race. So, you can have all the mind in the world, but you really don't know how your body will react after many years off, after, force riping your condition. But and they're slowing down a bit now as they cross Rockville. Marlon takes the prize there at the Rockville cutoff. The big unknown, Anwar, these guys know John DeLong. I'm talking about Byron and Marlon Castillo, the Belizeans. They know John DeLong. They have raced against him many times. The big unknown for them is Hassani. Byron has met up with Hassani in international events because Byron is no stranger to representing Belize in international events. So he knows Hassani, but he doesn't know him intimately like that because they maybe he's only seen him once every 2 years or something like that in a single race. But the big unknown for us is Hassani. How good a sprinter he is. How good a time trialist is he? Does he attack? What is his style? I've seen him in races where he's been in a big bunch. But what would he do in a 4-man breakaway? We'll find.
Here is Mr. Hassan Hennessy, Byron Pope, Marlon Castillo, and John DeLong as we just passed the Rockville Junction heading into mile 20, some 20 miles out of the city, folks. If you want to see the finish, start to prepare yourself and head towards the BTL Park so you could see the exciting conclusion of this monster event today. The race was on fire from early. The fireworks was early and it has blown the race to smithereens, folks. Only 4 riders out front. We understand 3 riders coming at the back there. I think you can see it in the split screen. Udo Padilla, Oscar Quiros, and Giovanni Lovell are trying to make it over, but that will be a great task because these guys are riding with a high intensity. Once you reach the Hattieville and they have to close a gap, you could call it over. Marlon Castillo, number 50 on the pace, followed by Byron Pope, number 20 of Westrock. Marlon rides for the Fall Cycling team. Hassan Hennessy out of Anguilla. And the Diesel man, John DeLong out of North Carolina. As they head towards the city, we are approaching the mile 20 post. Marlon Castillo reaching for a gel. Marlon reaching for a gel, something from a gel. Byron Pope. These guys are looking smooth, but the strongest of the group seems to be Hassan. He seems to be the strongest by his spelling style. He's definitely the strongest. So we hope that they don't attack over. Those guys will have to pay keen attention. Byron Pope and Marlon Castillo will have to pay keen attention because this race definitely is picking up. There are 4 lead riders, or 4 riders heading towards the city. We are at mile 20, heading towards the city, some 20 more miles remaining in this monster event. The whole Saturday Cross Country Cycling Classic on the Dodge Price Highway. We started at BTL Park this morning, about 5. The race started 6 o'clock when they passed the Leslie's Imports and head to west towards San Ignacio. Now we're heading back into the city. A ferocious pace early in the morning is the barrage of attacks. And now 4 riders left out front. I'm cramping up, but I won't give up. I'll stay here. And Mr. Hennessy, yes, Mr. Hennessy, like I tell you, he have stepped up the pace. And he's trying to detach the other riders. They have to immediately respond. Mr. Hennessy driving it. Because he have got the signal. Yeah. Mr. Hennessy on the front, driving it like crazy. And he's been followed by Marlon Castillo, Byron Pope, and John DeLong. There will definitely be some attacks in the latter part of this race. Mr. Hennessy is trying to separate himself from the other riders. Marlon Castillo on the pace. He got back to Mr. Hennessy.
I am worried about Marlon because he's still pedaling a very heavy gear. Byron continues to look excellent.
Byron looks excellent, but so does this Hassani. Hassani is pedaling very smooth, and he has the lightest cadence of them all, pedaling, a faster revolution, and both of them look good. The 2 that do pedal bigger gears are the ones that seem to be struggling. We really don't know that for a fact. So we're talking about John DeLong and Marlon Castillo.
Absolutely. And the difference at home, folks, is that when you're pedaling a lighter gear, you are relying on your cardiovascular system as opposed to your muscular system. When you're pedaling a bigger gear, or what would be a heavier gear, meaning to put more effort forward in order to propel yourself, you're relying more on your muscles. Your muscles tend to run out or run tired more quickly than your cardiovascular system. Your cardiovascular system is constantly working, you're constantly breathing, and so you will see the elite level cyclists tend to rely more on their cardiovascular system because they train themselves to do that.
Yeah, that's right. We're making a turn now at mile 19. They'll soon be in Hattieville, just about 5 minutes or so, 5 to 10 minutes outside of Hattieville. And the front of the race will pass through there. And folks, everybody who wants to see the finish of this one, and it should be exciting. The last time we saw the cross country was not so exciting. It was 3 Guatemalans who came in on their own, a couple minutes ahead of the nearest Belizean. This time around, it looks as if Belize will have a chance, and that's really all we want. We want them to win, but aside from winning, we just want them to have a chance, and today it seems as if Belize will have a chance. Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope are right here. John DeLong is with them, and Hassane Hennis, the Anguillan as well. 4 of them approaching mile 18, heading into Belize City, and there goes Hassane again.
The sweet taste of victory is near as we see Hassane on the front, Marlon Castillo on his wheel, Byron Pope in third in the green jersey, and in the lime green jersey is John DeLong bringing up the rear. We are here doing a time check, so we will shortly give you our own time check from this front group of 4, 2 foreigners, 2 Belizeans, to the chase group, which at last check was 3 contenders, Julio Padilla, the reigning cross-country champion, Giovanni Lovell, one of Belize's top contenders, and Oscar Quiros, who I would term as Belize's second top contender.
Yes, definitely Giovanni and Oscar coming in were the top contenders, the big hopes for Belize. They are not present in the front. It is still 2 Belizeans, but it is Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope. And I think picking Oscar and Giovanni as favorites for Belize, that goes way back from 2019, 2020, the race that was eventually cancelled. Those have been the 2 top racers in Belize. And here they are trying to chase up, trying to give Belize a better chance, although they are bringing with them. They are working together. So these guys aren't bringing on their wheel, but they are working together with the reigning champion, Julio Padilla. 3 men chasing 4. That is the story on the road.
That is the story on the road. We are now at 1 minute and 50 seconds, and there's no chase group in sight of these 3 men. I'm venturing to say, Alan, that if this goes over 2 minutes and 30 seconds, 2:30, the front group will not be caught, and the race is going to be between Marlon, Byron, John, and Hassane.
Yes, actually, we're getting closer and closer to the city. So the guys in the back are certainly running out of road. They're running out of real estate. I will see them turn the corner now at mile 19. And are they able to see it? Yes, the gap is closing. Actually, this is now about a 1.5 mile stretch. The last time they could see the breakaway, it was on a 2-mile stretch. Now we're on a 1.5 mile stretch, Anwar, and they can see them once again. They've closed at least a 1/2 mile. The 3 men coming in, Giovanni Lovell, Oscar Quiros, Guatemalan, Julio Padilla, and they are definitely moving faster than the front 4. They are closing in, guys. The race is not over. Right now, 4 men in front. It could be in another 10 miles, 7 men in front.
It absolutely could be. We are now over the 3-minute mark. This is going to be a probably 3 minute and 30-second gap. We'll be able to tell you here in a moment, folks. And actually, Giovanni Lovell is on the front, Oscar Quiros second, Julio Padilla third. They are at just under 3 minutes and 30 seconds. That's going to be a difficult gap to close, Alan. It's coming down to a nail-biter, but I see it as an uphill battle.
An uphill battle. They saved this for last. But again, they are closing roughly about a minute every 5 miles. And maybe even faster than that. I think they are on track right now to catch those 4. I think what could change the scenario right now from these guys getting up to the front is if one of those guys in the front attacks.
Yes.
An attack in the front may be the only thing that can change the fact that these three seem to be headed for the lead. Although it'll be about 10 miles from now, 10 or 15 miles, it'll be very close. And I can see Josh Kelly. Is that Josh Kelly? In the back of the truck, he's out of the race.
Oh, Josh Kelly is out. Josh Kelly is out. The Caribbean national champion is out.
His teammate is still out in front, but Josh Kelly seems to be out of the race. We don't know for what reason, but that is the elimination of one of the foreign competitors, and it leaves his teammate Hassani with the burden of trying to win for the Caribbean team. Hassani is still out there. He's looking fresh. He's looking strong, but won't have his teammate in support coming from behind.
Joshua Kelly in the back of one of the official service vehicles, looking completely debilitated. He has a blank stare on his face. He's just staring straight, and it's like he's not even present. Apparently, the word that we've gotten is he's had enough.
Well, it's a long race. I tell you, we talked about this earlier, that there are very few amateur races in the world that goes for 140 miles. And the ones that do may not have this kind of stiff breeze for the whole second half of it. So although we don't have mountains, we don't have the big hills, it is a grueling race here in really hot conditions, breezy conditions. And on top of all that, there is Guatemala and Julio Padilla to pick up the pace. And I think Julio perhaps did not want to sprint with the Barbadian. I believe that Joshua Kelly may have been the fastest man in the race in terms of pure speed, and if it came to a sprint. And I believe that Julio was fully aware of that. And I'm sure that he did not want to sprint with this Barbadian. He picked up the pace, and this is the result of that.
I don't know about that, Alan. I think that Joshua simply isn't in the condition to suffer any longer. I don't think that it was necessarily because of Julio. I think it's just the way the race has been ridden. But in any case, we have two excellent sprinters in the form of Oscar Quiros and Giovanni Lovell here with the defending champion Julio Padilla as we are about to round the curve at mile 16 heading into Hattieville. In the front, in the lead, some 4+ minutes away is Marlon D. Castillo, Hassani Hennis, John DeLong, and Byron Pope of Restra. Love FM News and Music Power.
In the 92nd edition of the Holy Saturday Cross Country event. Here's the scream of the fans, here's the scream of the fans. Yes, we are in the village of Hattieville heading towards, we are some 16 miles away from the city and to the exciting conclusion of this major event. Four riders jumping over those bump, four riders heading towards the city, four riders. This is technical approach in front of the race. And he's well experienced, he knows what it is to suffer. Marlon, 3 wheels. John Galang will take over the pace. We're getting closer to the city, folks. We're getting closer. If you want to see the finish, it's time to head out to the BTL Park. It's time to head out. Here's Byron Pope passing us by. Marlon Castillo. It's time to head out, folks. Like I said, we are just some 15 miles now from the city of the conclusion of this monster event, the 92nd running of the Holy Saturday Cross Country Cycling Race. Held every Holy Saturday, 2 years. This race was cancelled due to the COVID pandemic, but we are back on the highway and the riders are out here riding their hearts out to win this monster event, this huge race, this rich race. And on the front, there is Mr. Hennessy turning up the pressure as we cross over the bump here. Listen to the scream of the fans. Listen to the noise of fans. Listen to the... Yes, the fans are cheering them on. They're cheering them on. A lot of pressure is on Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope. These are the guys that could bring the victory today for our local to the Jewel, because the other two riders are foreigners in Jandalang and Hassan Hennessy out of Anguilla. Jandalang have attacked. Jandalang have attacked. Jandalang is out. He have attacked the crowd and Hennessy is on his wheel. Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope is in some trouble. They have to try and make it back. Jandalang have attacked. He is one of the road solo. And Hassan is on his wheel. Hassan is chasing Marlon Castillo have free wheel. But they have put out two Belize boys in trouble. We know there will be some fireworks. We know that there will be some fireworks. Jandalang realized the only way he could get this thing is to come solo. And our two boys are here. So this is trouble, folks. This is trouble for us. Trouble. They are in trouble. Look at the mouth. Jandalang and Hassan have blew these two guys. They have hit us hard, folks. Jandalang was here to win this event, and he have attacked hard, and only Hassan could follow him. Like I said, I saw the cadence with Hassan Hennessy. He looks smooth. He's still on a high cadence. Jandalang on a huge gear. And this is getting serious, folks. So the two foreigners have dropped the two Belizean riders. And as they ride into the city, there's another station prize here at mile 14 that will be taken by Jandalang. Jandalang on the pace, he is driving it. Jandalang on the pace, followed closely by Hassan Hennessy out of Anguilla, two foreigners out front. Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope was dropped after that vicious attack by Jandalang just outside of the Happyville. Okay. And in the front, Hassan, turn it up, Hassan, turn it up. As we pass the mile, we are heading toward, we have about mile, just past the mile 14, so we are some 13 and a half miles out of the city, heading into the city. Like I said, folks, two foreigners have destroyed our local boys. I hope they can make it back, but these guys are working together to increase the gap. Now our hope is that the other riders behind, Giovanni Lovell and Oscar Cruz to make it up back here. Those are next two hopeful, but the gap, I'm not sure what the gap is right now, but we are praying that they could come up because they are good sprinters, and if they could make it back here. Marlon is chasing back. Marlon is giving it all for Byron Pope. Marlon is playing a team player. He throws back the gap. Marlon Castillo is a hero. He throws back the gap for Marlon Castillo giving his all, folks, for our local boy. Byron Pope will have to make sure he stays close. Marlon Castillo did a human job of bringing it back for Byron Pope sitting on his wheel. We must salute these guys. They know that all the pressure is on them to bring it home. Marlon have brought back the two foreigners. Oh my God. Don't leave your television. Our boys still have some gas in the tank. They still have some gas in the tank and they have brought it back. My God, don't leave your television. Our boys still have some gas in the tank. They still have some gas in the tank and they have brought it back. They have to pay keen attention. Marlon straight on the pace to keep it well. And Hennessy is looking and seeing. Oh my God. Yeah, across the road. Really crazy. And definitely they have slowed a bit. Definitely the pace have dropped drastically. The pace have dropped drastically. The pace have dropped drastically. I'm not sure how far the three do of it. Three riders behind. If they continue like this, these guys can return to the front. I'm not sure what the time gap is. We have to check what the time gap is. There's a long way been for service. Innocent looking. He's seeing if these guys are still in trouble. What is the time gap? I'm not sure what is the time gap. Hassan is all over the road here. Smaller here.
Lead cyclist for the 92nd edition of the Cross Country Holy Saturday Cross Country Cycling Classic. 2 Belizeans and as well 2 foreigners. So we still have hope as Belizeans in the like of Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope. And folks, I suggest you start making your way down to the DigiPark for the finish of this one. And like I mentioned, if for some reason you can't reach the DigiPark, keep it locked here on Love FM, Love TV, and our Facebook page, Love FM News and Music Power. Alan Will and Anwar Barrow. It seems that we still have hope as Belizeans. We have 2 Belizeans leading this one.
We have a lot of hope as Belizeans as we approach mile 12. It is 4 guys in the front with probably around a 4-minute lead on the nearest chase, and they will not be caught in my estimation. They are Marlon Castillo, Hassani Hennis, John DeLong, and Byron Pope. Byron has attacked, and Hassani is responding. Marlon is on the tail end, and they have now settled down a bit. Byron attacked again. No, Hassani is in the front. Hassani has attacked. It's a dog war out here.
Hassani has moved out. Nobody responding. John DeLong now coming around with Marlon Castillo on his wheel. Hassani. We're approaching mile 12. Hassani trying to see if he can hold them out from here to into the city, and he sees the other guys on his wheel. He pulls off.
He does not have the power to ride these guys off his wheel. I am interested in how Marlon has responded or not responded. I think Byron looks fresh. Byron responded right away. Also, John was able to scrape past. John is such a fighter. John DeLong, he is a scrapper.
And I think the Belizeans have made a pact that Marlon will guard John DeLong and allow Byron Pope to guard Hassani, and that may be the reason why Marlon did not respond. Marlon will respond to moves made by the American John DeLong, and he will leave Byron to respond to the moves made by the Anguillan. And right now, the American John DeLong has picked up the pace significantly. Actually, these attacks could hurt the chances of the 3 men chasing. Oscar Quiros, of course, Giovanni Lovell, and Julio Padilla are at a gap of about 4 minutes. Running out of time. Marlon Castillo now. Marlon Castillo
riding them off the wheel. Marlon is riding them off his wheel. Hassani responds and tracks Marlon down and brings back the other 2 riders. But Marlon is clearly testing them, and their slowness to respond, Alan, makes me think that Marlon is ready and poised to take over this race.
He looks back. He looks back at the damage. There is no damage just yet, but they are testing each other, throwing questions at each other. So far, all the right answers are being thrown back. Hassani
on the front, Marlon in front of him now, and they are still bunched together, looking back at one another as the dog fight begins. Marlon stepping off, looking back. Everybody is following him. Apparently, it seems that a move is supposed to be made at this point. That is what they are now looking at. I personally would think that they'll wait a little bit closer to the city, but it seems that this is where it's at. Maybe they are settling down. They are settling down. Hassani on the front, Marlon behind him, Byron in third, and John DeLong bringing up the rear.
After this long run, I believe they've already been out in front for about 100 miles or so, between 100 and 110 miles. I think these guys figure there's no sense in continuing to wait. If there are tired legs at the finish, there are already tired legs here at mile 11 or approaching mile 11. Marlon Castillo asking the question. The other three have the answers. Four of them still together as Byron Pope now takes the lead and he drifts off the pace right away, gets back on to the tail end, onto the wheel of Hassani. And these guys, they have to be careful, Anwar, that the game's playing right now doesn't bring back those three chasers into the picture, because for every time they attack and get caught, they slow right down. And it's during those periods, those moments where they slow down and watch each other after an attack where the chasers close the gap.
Absolutely. They're much faster when they're working together consistently and keeping a consistent pace. However, I think the gap is so wide at around 4 minutes that it will be almost impossible for that back group to catch them, even with the attacks. It's Marlon Castillo on the pace, taking a pull, pulling off John DeLong now on the pace as Marlon moves back, looking at his competitors. Behind John DeLong is Byron Pope and then Hassani.
And John DeLong seems very content with just pacing. He hasn't tried an attack. He's being coy maybe, or it's just his style. But John DeLong hasn't tried anything. The other three have each made an attempt to separate themselves, and except all three except John DeLong.
I don't see John DeLong as that being his riding style. He is almost like a big truck. He just keeps going and going consistently and consistently, revving up, but never really moving like a sports car. That would be left to Byron and maybe Hassani. But John is just keeping slow and steady, and I think he will be around at the end, but I don't think he's a contender to win this race at this point.
Marlon Castillo on the pace, and now he pulls off, sits up, looks behind. John DeLong takes it over. They're now at the past mile 11 marker, approaching Almond Hill. Folks, you need to get out there to the Digipark. For those of you who aren't going at the finish line, you need to start lining the streets in the city along the Central American Boulevard, Princess Margaret Drive. This race is coming home, and it's going to be there, I think, within about 20 minutes or so, 20 or 25 minutes, no more than that. So if you want to witness the race, it's going to be history. It's going to be a new champion. None of these men have ever won across country. The foreigners, of course, Hassani, this is his first time in Belize. John DeLong has made the attempt several times. And the Belizeans, Byron and Marlon Castillo, they have never reached the top step of the podium in this particular event. So if they can hold on, if they can keep Oscar Quiros and Giovanni Lovell and Julio Padilla at bay, we'll have a new champion. It'll be a new story in the history of this race.
And what a beautiful story with a gallant ride. As you mentioned earlier, Alan, these guys have been out front for over 100 miles, and they continue to pound away as we head up the back of Almond Hill here at mile 10. We can see John DeLong off his bike, riding quite a big gear, surprisingly so, and on him pulling off, and now on the front seems to be Byron Pope, and behind him, Hassani Hennis, the Anguillan, bringing it up. Marlon Castillo still ever present. This is a great time for an attack, Alan.
And a new time gap to the chasers, but it is about 15 minutes old. 15 minutes pace was 3 minutes 20 seconds. So I believe that is down below 3 minutes by now. Folks, with all the games now, they have started to play the game, and the games will allow those three chasers to claw 10 miles to go. They're rolling down Almond Hill with about 10 miles to go. I think the race is not yet determined among these four. They have to be very careful with the approaching Julio Padilla, Oscar Quiroz, and Giovanni Lovell, because these guys have slowed down their pace. They are opening the door for those three chasers to get back into it, Anwar.
They are opening the door, I think, not wide enough. I think this door is quite close. I don't see those guys closing the gap as we head now down towards 9. This is going to be sorted out here. This is the final dance. This is the final song that is being played, and it is anyone's guess right now who is going to be left standing when the music stops.
Well, you know, Anwar, one of the beautiful things about today's race, the last time we had the cross country, Belizeans weren't in it to win it. They were minutes behind 3 Guatemalans. Then it was Julio Padilla and Hulahu was second, and Jose Canastush was third. And there have been so many races recently where the Belizeans just have not been in the race. The year before that, in 2018, Justin Williams, born in the U.S., we call him a native son now, but born in the U.S., he attacked from mile 34 or thereabouts. The nearest Belizean-born rider was minutes behind. When Alejandro Padilla won it, he won it with Julio, and they dispatched of their Belizean competitors around mile 13. It has been a long time since Belizean-born riders have come into the city
and now it has come full circle with the hope of our nation on the backs of Byron Pope and Marlon Castillo, both looking in fine form. I really like the way how Marlon is looking. He's riding a very, very conservative race. He's not burning too many matches, as we would say, not expanding too much energy or more than he has to, and he's setting firm. I was concerned about the condition, as I've said, but he's holding up well. And now, as we get closer and closer to the 8 Mile community, this is going to be about heart, and he has the heart of a champion.
Right now, John DeLong is the man on the pace, and he is setting a blistering pace. He pulls off, and everybody freewheels. They are very content right now to let John DeLong pace for them, no matter how hard, because John DeLong doesn't seem to have the speed in his legs to really destroy or dispatch any of the other three. So they are quite content. It doesn't matter how hard John DeLong paces. John DeLong is bringing everyone else nearer and nearer to a victory. And I think in their mind, John DeLong is not the man to win. I think the other three have to be considered the favorite. John DeLong is a known commodity, and he is not known for winning these types of races. The one that he did win in Belize, I think he came in solo. That was a New Year's race. I can't recall the year. But whenever he's been with competitors down to the finish line, he has not been able to win the race.
The gap has now moved slightly down to 3:15 at latest time check, but that's not much of a difference from our last time check. So this gap, folks, is not being closed. It is going to be between these four riders. Byron Pope there, on the front. Beautiful pedal stroke. Looks to be in excellent condition. Byron is very, very experienced. He is 20-plus cross countries in, and so he also knows how to ride this race, and also is a significant contender, quite obviously so. He's a great sprinter, and probably the better sprinter out of him and Marlon Castillo.
Definitely, he is the better sprinter. Marlon, for so many years, was the hope of Belize in this event. A heavy burden on his shoulders for so many Holy Saturday races. This year, he came in not as a favorite, but as an underdog. This year, he came in with nobody watching him as a true contender. And here he is in the front of the race with a chance to lift the trophy for the very first time. It would be in a year that it was totally not expected. We'll see how it plays out. But how remarkable would it be if Marlon, so dominant in past years, comes and wins the race in a year where he really has not been dominant. In fact, far.
The riders are just passing us. Everybody's under pressure at this point, but Byron looks to be under more pressure than I had thought he was. Marlon is clearly also under some pressure. John DeLong spacing off a little bit of bike length or so. Obviously, this is not necessarily his type of race at the end. He is a slugger. I'm sure he's going to continue to slug, but I don't like the way he's drifting off.
And I think the service zone has been closed. I think that the reason why we've been allowed back here behind the racers instead of out front is because we are in the last 10 miles of these guys now will go into town only with what's on their bike. No more refreshments, no more food, no more coaching from their vehicles. This is it. They're on their own. And Marlon Castillo takes up the pace. Hassan Hennis on his wheel. Still 4 men in line. They've been rotating the pace all day. In the past 5 miles, there have been a few attacks, but still they continue to rotate in between those attacks. And yes, John DeLong, he seems to be pulling up his socks, his left socks and his right socks, and he goes back to the left sock, back to the right sock. I don't know how important it is.
We are approaching mile 7, folks. We are coming to the conclusion of this monster event, folks. This was an exciting race out here on the George Price Highway as 4 riders who got away early this morning out front, some 3+ minutes ahead of the closest chasers, which I think is 3 riders, Julio Padilla, Oscar Cures, and Giovanni Lover. But these 3 riders are some 3 minutes ahead, and the champion should be from this group if they don't stop or if they don't go extra slow and the guys catch up back to them. We are approaching mile 7. They are all looking at each other. They are all looking at each other as we head into the city, folks. You will hear the roar of the fans as we approach closer to the city. We are approaching mile 7. We are approaching mile 7 here on the George Price Highway. 4 riders up front. Number 89, John DeLong. Number 20, Byron Pope. Number 50, Marlon Castillo. And number 97, Hassan Hennessy out of Anguilla. All 4 gentlemen have the chance of winning the 2022, the 92nd edition of the Holy Saturday Cross Country Cycling Race, this grand race, which have been held from 1928. Rich race. Fans look forward to this race every year. This is the start of their Easter, the Holy Saturday Cross Country Race. Yes, folks, we are passing mile 7 post. Definitely, that's it on the left side. Mile 7. 7 more miles to go. 7 more miles to go. Byron Pope on the pace. Followed by John DeLong. Followed by Hassan Hennessy and Marlon Castillo out of the saddle. They are taking short pulls on the front. Everybody is
pace long, the longest, even if not necessarily the hardest. Marlon Castillo now takes up the chase. Marlon is gonna, as you said, when he goes to the pace, he keeps looking back, looking at the guys, and his face is always made up in agony. Marlon Castillo he looks back again, shrugs his shoulder as if to say, your turn, move ahead of me. Marlon Castillo wetting himself, rinsing down his legs. Guys, the race is approaching the mile 6 bridge. They're going to be over the bridge there in about a minute or so. Anybody in the city wants to see the race, you need to be out on the road. You need to be out on the streets to see the arrival of the 4 leaders of the cross country in the lime green jersey, the American John DeLong. Dark green and black is Byron Pope, the son of Albert Pope, an old friend of mine who passed away some 12 years ago. Marlon Castillo, the Diesel they call him, Diesel Power. He owns a meat shop, and before being called the Diesel, he was called Cow Blood.
Yes.
Whatever fuels the man. And the other rider in a white jersey and a blue band around the white, that's the Anguillan. Hassani, the tall rider in white with a blue band. 4 riders entering the city, and now all of them looking at each other.
Looking at each other as we move up the Burden Canal Bridge. It's Hassani on the front, followed by Byron Pope in the dark green jersey, followed by John DeLong and Marlon Castillo bringing up the rear. Hassani steps off. Byron Pope is on the front, and these guys are moving at quite the clip. They are organized. They are rotating. There's no way they will be caught. It will be between these 4. What I'm looking to see is Marlon launch and attack Alan within the last 3 miles of this race.
That is exactly what I'm expecting. I think Byron Pope will wait to sprint. I think his strategy will be wait to sprint, and I think Marlon's strategy will be attack and come in by herself. And folks who are watching on the television feed, let me just say, if there's a little bit of a difference between our description and what you're seeing, it is because the video feed is on about a 20-second delay. And Anwar and I and Armin together, we're calling it live as we see it on the road. So we may be 15 or 20 or 25 seconds ahead of what you are seeing on the television screen. But we are bringing it to you live. We're describing the action as it happens.
As it happens, live and direct. We are coming down the Burden Canal descent on our way to Belize City as Marlon Castillo pulls off there on the left-hand side of the road, taking the inner part of the road, both to minimize the distance to Belize and to try and... Oh, John DeLong has attacked. John DeLong on the front attack. Hassani is behind him, following him. Marlon is trying to follow. Byron is struggling. Marlon is trying to close a bicycle length gap between John DeLong and Hassani. Marlon is closing the gap. Let's go, Marlon. Marlon eases off and expects Byron to come around. Byron is struggling to come around. Marlon jumps on Byron. No, this is it. This is it. The gap is opening with the 2 foreigners. We have John DeLong on the front and Hassani right behind him. Hassani, Hennis, and John DeLong. The garland is slipping out of our hands here at mile 5. They are opening a gap. They are now about 15 seconds in front of Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope, who are not working together. Let's go, guys. Let's go. John DeLong in the front. Hassani Hennis behind him. John DeLong looking back. But these guys are not responding, Alan.
Marlon Castillo and Byron, their efforts, it has come now on their legs, and the 2 foreign riders have ridden away John DeLong from Hong Kong. Perhaps they should have expected it. Perhaps we should have expected it. And he seems to have been strong man all day, and he's pulling Belizeans. John DeLong trying for so true contender, is considered to be in the top 10, but never to be a winner. And could it be today a day for John DeLong?
Seems like John DeLong and his state is communicating. In the on the pace. We're waiting for Belize boys to come back. We're waiting for Belize boys to come back. 2 lone rider out front, We're waiting for Marlon and Byron to come back, to make it back. This is getting serious, folks. This is getting serious. This is getting serious. They need to get back. Here they comes. There is Marlon, and Byron is on the pace, pushing it, trying to make it back to the 2 riders up front, Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope. Our hopefuls here, they have been attacked by the 2 riders up front. There's a gap of about 10 or 15 seconds. Marlon is giving all he have to try to bring it back to these riders, but the gap is expanding. So they won't get any help from behind because the gap behind is still 3:15. So Marlon and Pope will have to give their all to try to make it back to the speedy riders up front who is extending the gap. They are definitely extending the gap. Byron is working hard, so is Pope. They are trying to make it back in this. It's not looking good, folks. It's not looking good. The gap is expanding. The gap is expanding. Byron is giving all he's got. He is a hero of the day. I call him a hero. Marlon, who recently returned to cycling, doing pretty good. As we head into that city, folks, two lone rider up front, John DeLong and Hassan Hennessy up front. They have attacked Byron and Marlon Castillo. We are with the two Belizean riders, number 50, number 20, Byron Pope.
Quite working together. They're still dodging one another to see who has more strength while the foreigners are going up the road.
And now there's even a bit of argument going on. They're conversing with each other, and I think Marlon is telling Byron that he needs to help, he needs to work. Those guys are still right there. We're not out of it, and I agree with him. The gap is opening, but the race is not over. These two men need to work together. They can still catch the front of the race, but they would need to pick up the pace. And right now, I think the two foreign riders have decided, or they're fully aware that it's better to be a race among two than a race among four.
They absolutely know that, and I don't think Marlon or Byron have the legs and the physical conditioning at this point to do that. This is where the difference in gear comes in. You see them pedaling a lighter gear. This is where that extra 7 or 8 pounds come in, carrying that all over the hills for the last half. Oh, we're back on. We are back on as we round the curve here at mile 3, heading into the first road junction. It is Hassani Hennis, the Anguillan in the lead, along with John DeLong, the American. They are in the lead, and some 30 to 45 seconds behind them are Belizean hopefuls Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope. But hope looks like what it will remain today as these guys ride away and come to the finish. What an amazing ride by John DeLong. We never thought he had it in him. We were underestimating him, but he's the one who, in fact, made the move to set this breakaway apart.
That's right. He was the one who turned out to be the strongest man in the race. We have yet to find out if he is, in fact, the fastest man in the race. And right now it is Hassani. Hassani is on the pace. Hassani sees the opportunity to be a cross-country champion. So he is not just sitting on the wheel of John DeLong, but they are now, the two of them, rotating the pace, working together. And it is now going to be, it seems, first and second among the American, number 89, the lime green, in lime green jersey, John DeLong, the Anguillan, Hassani Hennis. They are both really looking still very strong.
They are looking very strong, as we can see them with good pedal strokes. John DeLong, in fact, may have been playing possum a bit earlier because his pedal stroke seems to have improved. Certainly he has lifted the pace. Hassani is behind him in the white jersey with the blue stripe around it, and the black pants and the black helmet if you are out watching the race. He is the Anguillan Hassani Hennis. In front of him is the American John DeLong in the lime green with the white helmet. They are now passing the roundabout here at the Farbers Road Junction, where loads of people are on the side of the road. Belizeans quiet, not necessarily cheering them on, but looking at them as they march to what seems to be a certain victory.
A very disappointed Belizean public here at the Farbers Road roundabout, the junction there with Farbers Road and the Chetamal Street. Very disappointed because they were expecting to see a four-man breakaway that included two Belizeans. Instead, they are witnessing the arrival of Hassani Hennis, the Anguillan who races with a professional team out of Miami, a team owned by Justin and Corey Williams, and the American John DeLong. John DeLong, of course, was introduced to Belize by a two-time cross-country champion, Chris Harkey. They were introduced to Belize because they were invited by Belize Smiling brothers, Matthew and Andrew Smiling, and they loved it so much they kept on returning, especially for this race, if not for others as well during the year. John DeLong, I think for the first time, will be a top two rider in the cross country. He may have had a second place already. That may stand to be corrected. I believe he has second before. So he has reached that point. He has never won the race.
He has not won the race, and we don't know whether he will do so today, but he has always been in contention. John has been coming here for a very, very long time. He knows this race well. He knows our Belizean riders. He knows our style. John DeLong attacking Hennis at Leslie's Imports. John DeLong on the front attacking Hennis. Hennis responds. Hennis is on his wheel, pedaling a very light gear, spinning up behind him. John is trying to power forward, but he doesn't look like he's going to let Hennis go or ride him off the wheel. Hennis is now on his wheel, and John has to ease up as that attack was unsuccessful. But John clearly wants this race today. John DeLong is out for his cross-country victory and to settle the score and settle all the times that he has not been able to taste the sweet taste of victory.
John DeLong, a past New Year's Day champion, trying to win his second classic in Belize. And this one is more than just a classic. In the world of cycling, the very biggest classics have been labeled monuments in Belize. If we were to have a monument, this one would be it. John DeLong heading through now the Lord Ridge Cemetery. Loads of people crowding the cemetery to see the arrival of the race, the front of the race, and really, really disappointed to see that the front does not include any Belizeans, but nonetheless happy to see the cross-country return to Belize, racing, normal life, returning to Belize.
And what a return it has been, returning with a bang as we see John DeLong ease up now, sit up a bit going into the burying ground, and Hassani Hennis, the Anguillan champion, following closely on his wheel. Quite interestingly enough, when John attacked there in front of Leslie's, Hassani took a little while to respond, but he did what pros do. He spun up on his gear, went into a very light gear, and just stayed with him. I think John does not want to bring Hassani to the line because Hassani is probably a better sprinter than John. John, who is known not necessarily as a sprinter, but an absolute phenomenal pacer.
Yes, and actually it was 12 years ago, Anwar, in 2010, that John DeLong finished on the podium when he finished in third position. And if he wins today, the man was born in 1979, and that would put him
at 43 years old. 44.
42. Is it 40?
Oh, sorry, no.
42.
Yes, he's at 41.
He would celebrate his 43rd birthday this year.
Correct.
And if John DeLong wins, he would set a record as being the oldest cyclist, the oldest athlete ever to win this race.
He's either 43 or 44, depending on when he was born, the actual month, I think, Alan. But we can verify that or be corrected later. As we make our way down Central American Boulevard, the crowds are cheering. We are now passing public. It's John DeLong in the lead and Hassani on his wheel. Hassani Hennis on his wheel. John DeLong takes it over the speed bump. He is not letting go. Hassani is biding his time. He's waiting for the sprint. I think it's going to be a great finish.
It's going to be a great finish indeed. Hassani has responded to his attack, but responded very slowly. He hasn't shown the quickness as a fast super sprinter, so it might be an evenly matched sprint. We will certainly find out. John DeLong, 18 years the senior of Hassani Hennis, a 42-year-old cyclist. Quite an age, an old age for an elite athlete. But here he is leading the race as we cross over the Belcan Bridge. Approaching now the Sayview roundabout. They'll be on Princess Margaret Drive in about 10 seconds or so. The race will be over in just a few minutes. The crowds are out here now. An exciting day, even though disappointing to not see a Belizean here. And they're on to the Princess Margaret Drive, Anwar, in front of the Palotti.
They are on to Princess Margaret Drive, passing Palotti. It's John DeLong still in the lead, and Hassani tucked close under him. Now in front of the Carl Huschner Memorial Hospital. We can see a grimace on John's face and Hassani's face. Hassani seems to be holding on for dear life, but there is an old saying that when it comes to the line, sprinters emerge. Doesn't matter how long the race is, once they see that line, they go.
Yeah, and John DeLong is doing all the pacing. Hassani Hennis sitting on his wheel. He has been sitting on his wheel for the past couple of miles. John DeLong will find out if this is a good strategy for him, but he has been bringing it in. He hasn't asked for help. He hasn't received any help. And yet John DeLong just continues to pace, continues to bring Hassani. Now he finally looks back over his shoulder. Hassani is there looking at him from behind. John DeLong continues the pace though.
John DeLong continues the pace as we round the curve here in front of St. John's College. It's John DeLong all the way. If he does get the victory, it's well deserved. This man has done the yeoman's work out here today and is known for doing the yeoman's work in this race, in these races, and giving selflessly of himself. We are passing the National Stadium. It's still John DeLong, and they are making their way quite smartly. Marlon Castillo and Byron Pope are nowhere in sight, so that gap has obviously ballooned. They are at least over a minute behind. We are not seeing them, and we are now at the corner of St. Thomas Street, where the race will finish at the BTL Park. So if you are not out there, it's a bit late now. You'll have to listen to us, and we'll bring you all the coverage live and direct. Belizeans on the side of the road cheering them on.
Breeze in their face as they're coming around the corner. They've passed the BTL headquarters on Princess Margaret Drive, just a couple minutes away from determining the winner of this race. The time right now is that they've just passed about a minute or so ago the record time of Ryan Bauman. So Ryan Bauman's cross-country record lived for another year at least, and finally John DeLong slows down. He slows down, he realizes that the sprint is about to happen, but Hassani still stays behind on the wheel. John DeLong, the American, looking back, he sees Hassani there. Hassani obviously wants to start the sprint from behind.
He will. Hassani is a pro. He's biding his time. They cannot see the line yet. They are turning the corner right here at Bayman Avenue and Princess Margaret Drive. They're slowing way down. John DeLong is slowing way down. Hassan is still on his wheel. It's a game of cat and mouse. You will see them get up and get going in just a second here. Alan, they are going, slowing way down, way down. We are just about to straighten up here in front of the hour bar.
And here they go. The pace. He's been on the pace for the past 3, maybe 4 miles. Hassani refusing to go in front of John DeLong. He stays on the back wheel. Shortly before the line, I don't know if these foreigners are aware of it, if they're familiar, if they came to check, and they can see the finish line now. They can see the finish line, and the finishing sprint will soon begin. They can both look at it. John DeLong looks back over his shoulder. And there goes Hassani. Hassani is gone. Hassani. Hassani heading. Hennis. Hassani, your cross-country champion. Hassani Hennis hailing from Anguilla. Hassani Hennis lifts his arm in victory. He spaces John DeLong. Last minute and spaced him at least 4 or 5 bike lengths. Hassani Hennis, the Anguillan, is now the Polish Saturday. We have a Albertine Diaz-Sosa, take it away, Ava.
Saturday cross-country cycling classic. Hassani Henny, the new champion, followed by John DeLong. Quite a sprint. You guys did a wonderful job there of calling this one. And of course, we'll try to see if we can get a quick word with the winners. All right, and then we have the...
We're expecting now the arrival of the 2 Belizeans who are in that very, very long breakaway. Byron Pope will take 3rd place. There's no movement from Marlon Castillo. No sprint from Marlon. Marlon Castillo 4th. It was Byron Pope 3rd. Marlon could not sprint. And we knew all along that the better sprinter would have been Byron Pope. He proved it at the line. Unfortunately, not for the win, but only for 3rd place. Byron Pope stands on.
Not at the top spot, unfortunately, and they gave it a valiant ride. They were out in front for over 120 miles. What a ride by Marlon and Byron. Byron, long deserved, long showing up. 3rd place, I think this is his best finish in a whole Saturday cross-country classic ever. Marlon in 4th place. This is probably Marlon's best finish in a cross-country classic ever.
A very exciting race.
All good?
All good?
Yes, man, good. Yes. Yes. Okay, all right. Yeah, we are here at the finishing line awaiting the arrival of the other riders in this monster event, the annual Holy Saturday Cross Country Cycling Race, 140 plus miles of grueling pain out here on the highway. But we have a new champion, the Caribbean champion.
But nonetheless, a great showing by the Belizean cyclists today. I think a showing that the public cycling fans.
Absolutely spectacular showing. We are now waiting for that chase group of 3, which was Giovanni Lovell, Oscar Quiros, as well as Julio Padilla. Out of that Giovanni Lovell, we see somebody rounding the curve. It looks like Giovanni, it seems to be Giovanni. It is. He's slowed down. He's making his way to the line. Oh, no, it's Julio Padilla. I was mistaken. Julio Padilla, the current champion, will take 5th place, having dropped Oscar and Giovanni. Oscar will take 6th place. Oscar Quiroz in 6th place. Julio Padilla in 5th place. And Giovanni Lovell in 7th place.
Giovanni Lovell now. So it was Julio Padilla for 5th, followed by Oscar, and then Giovanni Lovell. And it was not a close sprint. Each of those 3 riders separated by at least 50 feet or so. So all in all, if they had brought Julio to the tip, if they were able to bring Julio to the tip, it may have resulted in the same end, a foreigner winning the race. Is just swapping out one name for another, Anwar. But again, an exciting race. And I believe, you know, we talked about it in the first hour of racing today. And I truly believe it. I've been racing with them for several months now. My opinion, and I think their opinion, is the level of racing in Belize has gone up. Despite 2 years off, I think they have done a lot of training during COVID lockdown. And I think the proof is in the pudding. They had a better showing now than the past few cross countries before COVID. The level of racing has definitely gone up.
The level of racing has gone up, and I think in large part due to the support that there's people like Glenn Flowers of G-Flow and some of the other sponsors. They've been Ross, Giovanni Lovell. Everybody has gotten a chance to go abroad and kind of help to up their level, and I think that is the difference why you are seeing only 2 foreigners, or 3 foreigners I should say, out of the top 7. That top 7 being Hassani Hennis out of Anguilla, our new cross-country champion, a Caribbean boy just like us. John DeLong, the American, at 43 or 44 years old, placing 2nd. Byron Pope having his best showing ever at 3rd. Marlon Castillo, again having his best showing ever at 4th. Julio Padilla, the Guatemalan and current reigning champion, rounding it out at 5th. And then Oscar Quiroz and Giovanni Lovell following up.
And with seven foreign riders lining up in today's event, one of them being really a border town, Chetomal rider in Louis Balam. We really had 6, what you would say, top-notch cyclists, half of them in the first, in the first 5. 3 of only 6 serious foreigners, 3 of them finished in the top 5. But still, I think what indicates to me our improvement, not so much that we'll have 7 Belizeans in the top 10, came to the finish line with those said foreigners. They, you know, again, in past years, the Belize, and I think that they've proved that they've come a long way, but they need to improve even more.
Need to improve even more, and what they need is the support. We need our business community, our government to put more money into sport and to give these guys a chance who have so much talent, to allow them to train full time. Look at a Julio Padilla, or look at even our champion, Hennis Hassani. These guys are full-time riders. They are not working. They don't have a job at West Track or at BTL or wherever. They are riding full-time, all day, all the time, traveling around and racing. And some of our guys, just with that little bit of exposure that they've gotten over the last 2 years, has allowed them, I think, to do much better. So it's really a matter of really finding the resources to allow these guys to spend more time in the sport they love.
So far, Anwar, 7 riders have completed the race. 7 riders have crossed the line. Of course, we know that we had 7 men chasing 4. So there were, or 7 men, 7 men chasing 4. So there should be perhaps another 4 riders soon about to come in. One of them, Josh Kelly, we know abandoned the race. We're been given the official time of the winner, 5 hours, 50 minutes, and 26 seconds. So some 10 minutes off the record. That is a very hard race, Anwar, for the simple reason that the breeze is a headwind coming in. It's a really good time under today's type of conditions.
Yeah, I think it's a really favorable time under the conditions. The breeze will have a lot to do with whether the record is broken. And in fact, the ideal conditions for the record to be broken would be a tailwind on the return. So that would be a westerly coming into Belize on the eastern return. That hasn't happened today. It's been pretty still. Because of the time of year, there is some headwind coming back. It has not been as significant as I have seen in some years or actually experienced on the road at certain times. But nonetheless, it was not ideal conditions for records to be broken. So the record was not broken on the way to Cayo, held by Marco Salas of 2 hours and 48 minutes. Neither has it been broken for the total journey, which is held by Ryan Baumann at some 5 hours and 40 minutes.
Still awaiting the arrival at the line, Armin. And the gap now that we are waiting, I'm beginning to wonder if they have been caught by the peloton. We see some riders coming in, but these don't look like racing bicycles. These look like the old beach cruisers, what they used to call Rodge bicycle. The ones that they used to sell like at Simon Kwan. Simon Kwan could pay me for that ad, by the way. We'll talk about that later.
We'll definitely talk about that later. So there is a gap between the last chase group, which was Giovanni Lovell, Julio Padilla, and Oscar Quiros, and what was the main peloton, probably a significant gap. So what we're going to do in the meanwhile is walk up and try and get some interview from the champion. Apparently, I've been told that we can. I will hand back over to Alan and try and get some of the guys to come to us.
Yeah, we're going to try and get some of those finishers to come for interviews, but in the meantime, we do want to catch the completion of the top 10 at least. Armin, and here they come. I see at least 2 riders. It seems to be, it's going to be for 8th, and then 9th. Jocelyn Chavaria Jr. for 8th. Jocelyn Chavaria 8th. Nation is Aguirre 9th. A top 10 finish for the Sid Williams rider. Nation is Aguirre. 9th place. Richard Santiago rounds out the top 10. Richard Santiago. Those 3 riders. And I think those were the nearest 3 chasing. After that, it was the main peloton, which will be maybe another few minutes behind. So we'll try and get the interviews, try and see if we can find the winners. Winners coming in, guys. 11th and 12th place riders coming in. Goran Gabriel, a junior rider Junior rider Goran Gabriel will take 12th. Baby Chav 11th. Derek Baby Chav 11th. And that's an amazing finish for Goran Gabriel. 12th place ahead of the main field. And here's a bunch. A sprint here coming for 13th. Another 501 rider. Brandon Katus. Joshua. Jafari. G-Flow rider. I can't tell who that G-Flow rider was. Jose Choto has finished the race. And here is now Wasani Castro. Wasani Castro now finishing the race. One of the Guatemalans also, I believe it was Canastush, completed his race. That group of about 7 or so riders is the main field. So they've been decimated out there, Armin. Total destruction on a breezy day. And I think it proves that this is no place for some of the older weekend warrior to compete. Rider to cross the line. Junior. Wendell Williams Jr.
BTL Park. Here's the official over there. So we await the arrival of more riders.
The top. And we're trying to get some interviews. We have Marlon Castillo here. You want to do the interview? Or you want to go across? A tremendous ride for a man who was previously retired from cycling, way overweight only a few months ago. Totally unexpected. How do you feel after your performance today?
I feel, first of all, I thanks God. I feel good for getting fourth. I try my best to try win the race, but then guys were different in a different level. I want to thank the fan. I want to thank my sponsor and the owner, Mr. Card. I want to thank him for the sponsorship. I want to thank Atlantic Insurance Bank for sponsoring.
Marlon.
The people, without them, we are to push the extra mile. This drop shot today.
Marlon, for so many years, you held the burden of being a favorite for Belize, the man who the whole nation counted on. Today, with much less expectation, did you feel more comfortable without the weight of a nation on your shoulder?
Well, anytime I come out, I always come out for do my best. And today I feel good for the position I get. I'm glad with it.
An early breakaway. I can't recall in the cross country you making the move quite so early ever before, but you did make the move today. Did you envision at the time that this was a break that would last to the very end?
Well, when I see the move gone, I see two strong guys, so I jump cross and I say, well, I will come wrong and see where we are carry, and I say stood the break stood 7-6 from 5 minutes to 6 minutes.
Was there any agreement there between you and Byron to defend together for Belize? Was there any kind of a movement between you and Byron to see how you can work together to combat?
By my team, I think with our first Belizean foreigner there, and the next time they went by around the foreigner can work while we can work and do the same thing with them doing.
Marlon, one more year under your belt, do you think that you'll have that additional power for next year?
More ambition.
Congrats, Marlon.
Everybody will pass away. Ernest Mian, Ariel Rosado, and Vintage and Banks.
All right, and we're with the winner now. Congrats to Marlon Castillo, but we have Hassani Hennis. Hassani, a great ride. How's your experience here in Belize, man?
Well, it was a wonderful experience. Long race, tough race, hot, and yeah, I did it.
Your impressions of the course and of the competition here, what do you think about that?
Well, it was a tough competition. Belizeans and the Guatemalans and the American, and yeah, it played out very well for me. I know I could do it because I raced way longer than this, which was 268 kilometers, and I know what I had to do. Just eat and drink and sustain my power, and I did just that.
Hassani, walk us through the last 10 miles of the race, how you were feeling.
Well, last 10 miles, the time started to come down, and I started to panic a bit and stamp on the gas. Then got a flyer from John Dillon, and that kind of hurt me a bit. But I caught up and realized what he was trying to do, and I just walked the tactics from there, which is make them ride, and I know he would attack again, and the two guys got dropped, and all I had to do is just stay close to him. Yeah, 'cause he's not quite fast as.
He's raced before. Is this your first time racing together?
Him in America already in a crit, but a crit way different to the road race, and yeah.
What was that like? Did you work against each other?
We worked together till, well, you could say 180 kilometers. Then the attack started begun, and yeah, that's how it went. But it was actually like seven of us at first, and but as we go, they keep getting dropped, and yeah, it played out very well for me today.
What do you think about the condition of the Belizean riders? How do you rate them? You are racing abroad a lot. How do you see Belize moving up?
Well, from so far, Belizeans come a long way. They're really strong. I mean, it's a long, tough race, so you could expect this, but I would say like 135K race, they would do really great, you know? But this is a long, tough race, so you would expect that.
Hassani, anybody you want to thank your sponsors, people who brought you here?
Well, first of all, I want to thank my mom and my dad, my team, Miami Blazers.
You go get that. Yeah. Where the cameraman is?
What the race was like for you?
Yeah, it's hard race.
challenging terrain, but I wanted to be aggressive early and try the guys strong coming back, so we really rolled out well, and maybe I should have started fighting with the guys earlier, but that wind was so strong, kept on waiting, and then a mistake at the end. I knew I had to jump before I saw the finish, but I didn't. It's hard to recognize things after 140 miles.
Absolutely.
It's like, yeah, I came and looked at it yesterday, and I said, okay, I know. But then I turned and I saw the finish, and I knew, uh-oh, this guy's got to be quick. And yeah, maybe I should have stared behind me like Matthew Vanderpool, but hey.
that's how it played out. Now, John, we saw you doing a lot of work out there. We didn't expect you to do so well at the finish because we know you as a pacer, right? But you were able really to ride, at least in the breakaway of 4, to ride Marlon and Byron off your wheel. You attacked. Can you tell us a little bit about your strategy there?
I tried to come prepared for this race and build my fitness. Yeah, Hassan, he's quick too, and he looks smooth all day. And yeah, great battle.
I wanna confirm with you your age, because for what you did out there, I think you're 43 or 44 years old.
Yeah, I'm 42, but racing age is 43 because my birthday's 3 days from the end of the year, December 28th. But yeah, I mean, I like to live young, and fitness is important to me, and yeah, I like pushing that fitness out. I was a late developer when I was younger, so maybe that means I still have some chance.
Now, John, you've been racing in Belize for a long time. You've done a lot of races. How have you seen the level change, and what do you think it's going to take for Belizeans to go to an even higher level?
Wow, I mean, I think they're on the right track right now. I mean, they seem to be really getting organized. Things really change, and get racing as a team or training. I talked to Pope, and yeah, training has become more scientific than just the old traditional ride your bike every day.
With him in the States, and he's a real well-rounded guy. John DeLong is no stranger to Belize, and he recently came off a pro roster, so that guy is still good now. Castro Alton, but Fernando Rosado, Shane Jones, you guys really played an important role, and Angel Zib, Indian style, love you, baby.
This is your best cross-country.
I
Yeah, this is DJ Viper Godfather Songs. I hope you guys enjoy the race. The 92nd annual Holy Saturday Classic. Although Belizean came in second and third, it was a great race. They did a great job. Congratulations to all the Belizean riders, all the riders in general. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to Hassani for coming through and did your thing. Next time we're gonna get you. Next time we're gonna get you, right? So I just want to big up everybody that support the cause, everybody that tune in on the live, the YouTube, the Facebook, the Twitch, the Godfather Sounds App. We thank you for tuning in. We're going to keep the entertainment coming in, so make sure you get the Godfather Sounds App, right? Just got to big up all my Belizean home and abroad. Big up yourself. Don't forget again to get the Godfather Sounds App. I'm going to play one song from Lord Raymond before we close the show tonight. It's called Bande or Bande, so big up all Belizean home and abroad. Don't forget to follow Godfather Songs, right? Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Once again, big up to all my Belizean cyclists. You guys did a great job, right?
I am a true man Belizean.
Tell them that you're
Belize my home, my native land.
Tell them that you're
I want you people to understand.
Tell them that you're
I am proud to be a Belizean. If you're bande, you're bande. If you're bande, you're bande.
Once again, big up all my Belizean home and abroad. Tell them that you're
If you come from Kayo, you're bande.
Tell them that you're bande.
Way down south of PG.
Tell them that you're bande.
Then you come right up to Stan Creek.
I think the Belizean cyclists, they show up today. I think the Belizean cyclists, they show up today. They didn't finish in first, but they show up today. What you guys think?
Tell them that you're bande.
If you're bande, you're bande.
Tell them
that you're bande.
If you're bande, you're bande.
Tell them that you're bande.
Once again, make sure you get the Godfather Songs app. It's free in your Apple Store, your Google Play Store. Support the thing, right? We're going to keep on bringing you Belizean entertainment. Once again, thank you for tuning in today. This is DJ Viper Godfather Songs. We are in New York, we are in Los Angeles, we are in Belize City. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also, get your Godfather Songs up, your merchandise. Support the thing, right?
I am a true and Belizean.
Tell them that you're
Belize my home, my native land.
Tell them that you're
Belmopan is the capital. Is one for all and all for one. Your grandma meet your grandpa there.
Tell them that you're
Your mama meet your papa there.
Tell them that you're
If you're band
Don't forget to check us later on. We have the Cool and Irish show, the reggae show, right? Check us later on tonight. We're going to bring you some reggae vibes. And check us every Friday night for the Belize the show, the music.
If you come from Kayo, you bande. Way down south of PG. Then you come right up to Stan Creek.
Tell them that you're
way up that Corosa. Then you come down back to Orange Walk.
Tell them that you're
if you bande, you bande.
Gotta big up all my village gal and all my village gal. Big up yourself from Sand Creek to PG, Placencia, all the district, the Keys. All my Kaya gal, my cross, all Orange Walk. Big up yourself. Also gotta big up the Freetown Massive, Cinderella Plaza, man like Jimmy. Bye, big up yourself.
You move mommy chopupate.
Tell them that you.
I said to tell them that you bande. Don't be afraid to say you bande.
Tell them that you.
If you bande, you bande. If you bande, you bande.
All Belizeans should be proud today, right? Yeah, the Belizean cyclists, we stepped up. We didn't get first, right? We didn't get second, but we got third. We stepped up. All right. Once again, I just want to say thank you guys for tuning in. It's always a pleasure to bring you entertainment. Regardless what type of entertainment it is, we're going to bring you Belizean entertainment, share it across the world, share it with your friends, share it with your family, invite somebody, and be a part of the movement, the Godfather Sounds family, right? My name is DJ Viper. Got to big up my Godfather family in Los Angeles, man like DJ... Forget DJ Sean, big up yourself in Los Angeles and Belize. Big up DJ Fingers, DJ Buju, Selector Wong, big up yourself, the whole family. Godfather Songs, we are music, entertainment songs. We also have a non-profit organization where we give back to the public. And of course, we try to bring you the best of entertainment when we can. So take care of yourself, take care of each other. One love from the Godfather family. Don't forget to tune in later on tonight. We have the reggae Cool and Irish show, right? Nothing but reggae music. So you want to come and chill out with us, relax on this Holy Saturday, no matter where you at. Once again, thank you for tuning in. Take care of yourself, take care of each other, and